is my phone wanting to be lopsided? That's weird. Anyway, Hanaki, did you know that our souls are connected by fate? What do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oran from Mia Luna. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy OniMon. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Hope things are good. Hope you all are doing well. I.E. and Ohanaki. Hanaki, Ohanaki. I.E.O. I don't really know. I don't really know how to riff off that. But yes, hello. It is indeed Buno time. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Hope you guys have been having an okay day so far. My day... I don't know. It was okay. But it also could have been better. I don't know. Certainly an odd day, I think. Not like a bad day. Just like... I don't know. It feels like... today just existed, but also didn't exist at the same time. 'Tis weird. I don't know how else to describe it. But before I forget, Tari, thank you for the 4 months of Prime. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for using your Prime on little old me. Ahanaki, ehanaki, ehanaki, ohanaki, ohanaki, and sometimes yahanaki. True. You're right. Can't complain, just making more progress on more Power Wash Simulator 2. Oh, yippee! I hope you're having fun. I believe the next Caldera, that's not what it's called. Caldera Chronicles map is coming out tomorrow, I believe, and then a month from tomorrow, the Star Wars... a month from tomorrow, the Star Wars DLC will be out. So that's interesting. I figured the Star Wars DLC would have been out way sooner, but... I don't know. I'm not the people working on the game. Maybe it took more time to finish the maps than they anticipated. Destroyer, congratulations on the 110 stream streak. Holy moly. Wow. Incombini is on sale on Steam. I'll probably pick it up soon. Good! It's definitely worth it. Also, I checked after stream. I maybe got like half of the achievements. You can get like a lot of achievements in that game. Luckily they are listed like in the gallery area type thing in the game. So if you need to know what you need to do to get all the achievements, they have the list right there. None of them are hidden. So, for people who care about getting all the achievements, which I definitely didn't. I got a lot of them, but I didn't get all of them. So, you know. There's a new map. There will be tomorrow for the Caldera section. I believe. At least that's what Hitomi told me the other day. And I'm inclined to believe her. And then the Star Wars DLC will be next month. So, if you want the DLC, if you want the Star Wars map, that'll be July. I'm gonna list it as one of the top 7 days of the week so far. I mean, that's true. If your week starts on a Monday, it can only go down, I guess, in comparison with other days of the week. So the rest of the week could be better. We're setting the tone, so to speak. Setting the bar. I need more Power Wash Simulator content. No, I know. I literally booted up the game a couple days ago because I just wanted to feel something. And I realized I didn't finish my solo run of the Caldera map, so I finished that while listening to a YouTube video, and I was like, finally, peace. I'm home. I felt good. I felt powerful. I have missed it. So I am also looking forward to the new map. Whoopee. Good news is that I have a 3-day weekend today. Oh, yippee! I hope you have been having a good day of rest. Low cortisol only until the dopamine ding hits. Yeah. This is where I'm gonna finally sound old, TM, but it took me way too long to understand what the low cortisol meme was supposed to be. I didn't really understand what everybody meant for a long time by the low cortisol. I was like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I can't figure it out. I understand now, though. This Friday, I mean, oh! Okay. Understandable. Well, upcoming 3-day weekend, then. So exciting. It means Yuno has low-key energy. I mean, I do, don't I? Isn't that one of the main things everybody says about me, is that my energy is chill? Low-key? Whatever other descriptors. I honestly don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I try to ego search myself, whenever I try to see what people say about me, ever, I don't really get much information. Unfortunately, I fill my own search. All of my searches are just me.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Thank you for the stretch. I'll take a little stretch now. And also thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. The 2 hydrates. And thank you for the follow, Greg's Tracks. Thank you, thank you. 2 big sip. And another one? Or is that just a belated reaction? That's a belated reaction, I think. This Oni be posting. Yeah, I be posting myself and filling my own tags. Unfortunately. Also, Sanimol, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Another hydrate and a stretch. Okay. Ugh. I can add you in the acknowledgements to my next paper, so, the next Yuno ego search will show up on Google Scholar. That would be pretty funny.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
That will be pretty funny, I think. They want you to drown like in water. I mean, it's fine. I don't have that much water left in my cup. I might have to get a refill if we use too many hydrates, but it's okay. I don't think I could ever ego search myself if I were big. I feel like that's some information I'd rather not know. Well, like, I don't do it super often. Let me say this. I don't do it super often, and there are certain places that I choose to not look ever. But I do occasionally just look to see if anybody ever talks about me anywhere else. Obviously, I'm not a very big content creator, so I'm not seeing like a lot of it happen, but the little bits that I do see, I'm just like, oh, that makes me happy. And that's kind of it, you know? I just always want to see if anybody ever thinks about me outside of my streams. Because I know that I'm present in people's minds when I am streaming, and I guess occasionally when I tweet, but like, I feel like I am not really present in people's brains outside of that. So I always like to look just to see if there's even a slight possibility that I exist in the minds of others. Afraid someone's gonna say mean things about me. It's usually not that bad. Like, especially if you're not that big of a creator, I don't think you really have to worry about seeing hate posts. Like, for the most part, if you're going to be spoken about, it's because people are saying nice things. It's very rare that people are saying bad things. And if they are saying bad things, well, you can't really stop people from having opinions, but if you know that that's going to affect your mental health, don't look at it. Just simply don't look at it. I can't stop people from having thoughts and opinions and sharing them on various places throughout the internet. I'm curious about what they are, but like, I'm not gonna police people. This is basically me saying if you shit talk me, I don't give a fuck. I don't look for it actively. I just get curious what people say sometimes, and if I see things pop up, I'm like, oh cool. And then I'm just like, okay, and then I go about my day. You are interchangeable with a common color, easily mistaken or missed. What that mean? I do not perceive the negativity. I mean, that's very fair. Like I said, it's... when you are a human being, I will say, I think that it's kind of easy to, like, take the one negative comment and have that be the thing that stays with you the most versus all of the nice stuff. So I do think it's not really normal to spend a lot of time trying to ego search and then, like, getting lost in all of the bad things that people say about you. But, like, a lot of times you could think that it's terrible, but in the end it's just stuff that's, like, kind of funny that they're getting mad at you over a lot of the time. Or stuff that you're just like, okay. Like, it's sometimes not that deep. So I'm kind of just like, people are entitled to having an opinion, and they're allowed to think about me whatever they want. In the end, that just means that me and my content are not for them, and I don't have to worry about how they feel afterwards, you know? I think it's more so a problem on their side if they spend a lot of time talking shit about me, even though they don't really watch me anymore. It's just kind of like, okay, do you have to keep bringing me up? If anything, that's just adding to search results, you know? But I don't know. Like I said, I look occasionally. I would say that I ego search maybe like every other month. I just kind of get the urge to search Yuno Hanaki and see what comes up. It's usually not a lot. It's usually the same stuff over and over. I also can't really find stuff on YouTube about me, especially because YouTube changed how their search function works, and now I just get inundated by bullshit. It keeps showing me like 3 rows of my own shorts, and I can't see anything else like of value besides like my own VODs where I used to put my name in my titles. Both when I was corporate and then for a little bit, like, after I was corporate, I was putting my name in all of my YouTube titles. So that's what I mean when I say that my search is kind of flooded by myself. I'm like, I gotta stop doing that, because now all I see is just my VODs. And I'm just like, that's not what I want to see. I want to see people clip me. I want to see people, like, mention me in other places. I don't want to see myself over and over. But, you know, I'm tiny, so I am not as, there are not as many, like, varied search results for somebody like me. So, yeah. YouTube really does bombard us with shorts. They're really trying to push shorts again, and it's a little funny, but, yo. For the shits and giggles, did you ask, Gemini or GPT who you are? I think I might have, like, really early before it became more obvious that AI is harmful, to the environment and to creators and all of that stuff, because you really don't want to look yourself up on those platforms because you're feeding your data about you into them by making them look up that stuff. So it's kind of not the best thing to, like, see what it says about you, because that means that it's gonna start going through, like, what you do and, like, your internet presence to, like, then start like feeding off of, which is kind of gross. So I might have done it like once. I don't even remember what it said about me. It was probably just like a really loose description of me based off of my lore. And then nothing else really of value. But I haven't checked in a very long time because I refuse to engage with AIs. I have to practice what I preach, you know? I see people, like, occasionally look up themselves to see what it ends up saying about them, and I'm just like, I can see why it's entertaining, but I gotta be better about practicing what I preach, and I have to stay away from that stuff. Also, the last time, I should say, too, whenever I ego search, I see those, you know, Hanaki chatbots that people make. Those, like, AI chatbots that are loosely based off of me and my lore, and sometimes the ones that have my voice. I see those. I don't engage with them, because I think that that's odd. But I see them. And I see that there are people using them. I can only imagine the kinds of things that you are talking to the AI chatbot version of me. Nasty, nasty. That must be painful for you to see. I mean, I even mentioned that back when I was still corporate. I was like, it's kind of weird that that exists. Especially when I found out that that it was like fed my voice, so that way my voice would read out the messages that the bot sends as me. I'd just be like, ew. That's kind of gross. I don't really like that. Granted, the version of me that I found was based off of my debut and like my very basic, like, production kawaii website bio. So it's not even like an in-character bot for starters, but then it's also fed off of my debut VOD. So it's like my debut voice. So it doesn't even sound like me either. It sounds like there's moments where it sounded like me, but because it was fed off of my debut VOD, it was the higher tone and like the old mic, which really focused on my high tones. So I sounded higher and more nasally. And I was like, well, at least I can take comfort in the fact that it's not me literally hearing my own voice talk back at me and like roleplay weird stuff. Anyway, most people who use those chatbots, and I can say this as someone who did use them, again, before I realized the real harms that AI caused, people are probably like roleplaying not safe for work content with them, or at least as much as you can before the filters start beating the crap out of you. Because a lot of those bots also have filters in place that they can't do erotica. But there's also some platforms that advertise that they let you do that stuff without the filter, so there's probably a Yuno Hanaki bot on one or two of those services where you can roleplay erotica with her. Don't do that. Don't look them up and don't engage with them. It's not going to help anybody. I'm only telling you that they exist because I often see them when I do my ego searching. I would only make you repeat the Bible in Japanese. That's crazy. Think they allow hypno? Yes. I can confirm. They do usually allow hypno. And the bots also catch on very quickly if you're planning to do something with hypnosis, so that seems to be rather common. Unobot explodes in flames when reciting the Bible. Actually, maybe we should just make them all recite the Bible and then they explode. She tried to hypnotize a chatbot. Listen! It was roleplay. I was writing and using it as a bit of a writing exercise. Again, I will reiterate, this was back before I truly understood the bad things about what it was doing and, like, the bad, like, harm that it has on the environment, on creative writing as a whole, especially those chatbots. They are all fed off of fanfiction. They are all fed fanfiction and fed, like, fan-in interpretations of characters, so it's honestly not that good to begin with. You can also very easily break them, and then they all act the exact same. Like, their default personality is, like, very submissive and, like, ooh, baby, and it's really stupid. So it's honestly not even that useful. Yes, I have heard about Kolyoko coming back. It is not a rumor, it is confirmed. It's being worked on by the French team. There is no word of if the cartoon is going to be also released in English. But as it stands right now, all of the original French staff and the French voice actors are confirmed to be coming back for it, and they are working on it. It's going to serve as a season 5. There you go, you're welcome. There's your confirmation. I'm not a cartoon resource. I just happen to know about this because I really liked Code Lyoko. They also brought back Totally Spies. Yeah, that was a few years ago, though. I am reservedly hopeful and hyped. They seem pretty excited about what they're cooking, so I choose to have faith. I'm sure it is okay. What is the code, Lyoko? It's the code that you enter in order to prevent Xana from taking over the world. There you go. I've watched a little bit of Code Lyoko with Hitomi. Hitomi had never seen it, so I showed her a little bit. I don't think we ever finished it. She liked what she saw of it. I remember humming the dumb theme song. It's not dumb! It's catchy and it's good! How dare you? It's a good theme song. AI Buno can't replicate the giggles and laughs of the real Buno, especially the wiggles. Well, yeah, no, because most of these AI Yunos are just chatbots that are just fed off of really basic lore information. And then sometimes they can mimic our voices, but the bots cannot laugh, so if they write out a laugh, it's just read out in the voice that they were fed, so it's like, ha ha ha, or something stupid like that. I tried some hypnotism on some AI chatbots. It works on a few characters. It does. As I said, a lot of, like, the base, like, AI is kind of used to these sorts of shenanigans occurring. Again, I do not encourage you to go do this. I don't encourage you to engage with these. Don't interact with them. Laugh to confirm you're not an AI. Say something funny first and I'll consider it. Doesn't have the Yuno layers. Yeah. No real Oni layers. No real Yuno. But all of them are just like, from what I remember when I did talk to the Yuno bots, they were just so not like me. Even by like early debut and like more say-so Yuno Hanaki standards, they just didn't really act like me, and I was like, who? Who are you supposed to be? She just kind of acted like girl. Girl.png. Also, you know, try to ask her questions about herself and she doesn't actually know the information, so whoever made the chatbot didn't do a very good job of actually making it act like me. Truly fed like the most basic of information just from my like production kawaii bio. Which I guess is for the best. I don't know how I'd feel if it was more accurate. No, she wasn't Mary Sue. She just acted like a generic girl. I don't know how else to word it. Buno interacts with AI Buno. Now that is an interesting stream. That used to be a pretty big thing back, again, before people realized the harm that AI has. And before people realized that you really shouldn't do that. So there might have been a time in the past where it would have made more sense to do that kind of stream, but I am vehemently anti-generative AI, so I will not be engaging with the AI chatbot. I don't do that shit anymore. Again, going back to why I brought this up, I gotta practice what I preach. So even though it's kind of funny to see all of the different, like, Yuno chatbots that exist when I ego search, I'm never going to interact with them. Now, if you do it, you'd get canceled. Yeah, probably. Well, maybe not canceled, but I do foresee that it would lead to, like, people being like, oh, this girl hates AI, and yet she interacted with her own AI chatbot. What a hypocrite. Thank you for the hydrate. Take a sip of water. Guys, I got a bottle of bulldog sauce, and now I can add bulldog sauce to all of my food. And so I added bulldog sauce to my mac and cheese tonight. And at first it didn't really taste that good. It was a little... It just was like... It added like a tingling to my tongue, but it didn't add anything to the flavor. But the more I ate of it, the more it started to actually taste better. And I was telling Hitomi that I think it's because the mac and cheese was starting to cool off a little bit, you know, as I was eating. So I was like, maybe the key is to let it congeal a little. Like, not a lot, obviously. You don't want it to be gross. But, like, It needed to cool off a little bit before it started actually tasting like flavor and like adding the like spicy chicken. At first it was just spice, which was not my favorite. It was like so plain heat that it started to almost make it taste sour. But like as I waited, it started tasting better. It was pretty good. I'm not mad at it. There's probably other dishes it would taste better in though. Maybe you're chasing a high spice high. I don't know what it is. Something just awakened inside of me like last week. I think it was stress, but I think that like the neurons in my brain are just making me crave spice. So I really want spicy stuff all the time now. And I keep wanting to add spice to stuff that I normally wouldn't really like add spice to before. And it's really yummy. I also find some spicy sauces are spice up front, then flavor on the back end, so they take time to settle in, while others it's like a lingering heat after the flavor. Oh! Might be important to keep in mind. I'm still learning how to use it, so, you know, tonight I added the cheese sauce, and then I put the bulldog sauce, like, on top and mixed it all together at the same time. Maybe if I mix the cheese in first so the cheese gets, like, gooey and melts, and then I put, like, the sauce on top, maybe that would help? I don't know. Funny you should mention that. I found the ramen that you tried way back when with Kaya. I'm someone with a pretty decent spice tolerance, but it had a pretty decent kick to it. Ah! Yeah, the 2X Bulldog. The 2X Spicy. They were pretty bad. Back then, as somebody who had no spice tolerance, it was pretty bad. But the flavor is really good, right? Like, the thing about Bulldog in particular is the flavor, the base flavor, it tastes like really good chicken flavoring, but then it's just really spicy. So it's easy to crave it and like want to keep eating it because it tastes good. It's not a spice that's just like a chemical spice. At least not to me. It's just really addicting.
Cute. Do better.
Josh Knowles, thank you for the $20 tip. Money for Oni. Money for Oni. Thank you. Is this like Ranch Kick 2.0? Oh. Don't worry, I still love ranch. I have ranch in my fridge now. I keep ranch there. And I have garlic aioli also in my fridge. I am becoming more of a condiment and sauce user. Do not worry. I have many condiment in my fridge. I didn't used to keep condiment in my fridge, so this is a big deal for me. And now I also have the bulldog sauce, so... Yippee! I like to have a bottle of gochujang around. I like the flavor and it's easy to add as much spice as you like to a sauce. I do like gochujang. I think my problem with, like, certain Korean dishes, though, is that sometimes they like to add, like, sweet stuff to make it, they, like, try to reduce the spice, or, like, they add, like, something that makes it, like, sweet also. Because there was a time that I got bibimbap, and I didn't really like it because they had something sweet in it. And that was kind of what made me realize that I need my savory food to be pure savory. I don't like it if you have to add, like, a sugar or something. But I know that they do that a lot in Korean cooking, where they add, like, a sugar or, like, a allulose to a dish to make it a little bit sweet. I can't stand it. I don't like that. I just want it to be pure savory. Or, like, pure spice, perhaps. I've been reminded to want Alfredo now. Let's go! You should do a condiment tier list using chicken nuggets. Nuggy sauce tier list. Well, the thing is, I still don't really like my nuggets with condiments. Like, I don't mind it now. But it's still not my preference. I prefer, like, a fresh nugget, because then it doesn't need a sauce. I feel like if your nuggets need a sauce, that means that they're not good nuggets. So that's the first thing. Second thing, if you have the not as good nuggets that then require a sauce, then I guess we can start discussing condiments. I would need to get suggestions for condiments that everybody likes to use, though. Like, there's the staple, like, basic sauces, but I'd also need suggestions for, like, the more unique things that people like to dunk their nuggets into, so that I can make a true tier list, you know? And this would finally be a good time to do my dream stream of doing the 100 nugget challenge. Because then I could order 100 nuggets, and then I'd have all of the condiments already, and I'd just be like, alright, gamers. We have 100 vessels. Gamers, we have 100 vessels. Probably not 100 options, but we could. Would be the shortest stream yet, I've been saying. What kind of nuggets, though? Good question. What would be, like, the best option for a nugget? 100 vessels, 100 sauces. I don't know if it could get up to 100. Because I think what I would do is I would want to put out, like, a poll. Well, not a poll, but, like, a suggestion post or tweet somewhere to get everyone's, like, recommendations for what they like to put their nuggets in. So that way I can gather it all. 1 year later, 1,000 nuggets. I don't think I have the money for 1,000 nuggets. Honestly, even getting 100 is gonna be pretty crazy. Oh no, I can't finish these if she saves them for later. No! If you're doing the 100 nugget challenge, you have to eat all of them in one stream. I'm not a coward. Bold of you to assume that I would be a coward if I decided to commit to this challenge. No, I'm all in. If you will remember, even during the spicy noodle challenge, Kaya gave up. I didn't give up. I ate the whole thing. It took me the whole stream. So, like, a little over 2 hours, but I ate all the noodles. I'm no coward. If I'm doing it, I'm committing. And I will. Because I don't like to waste food, and I'm also one of those people that's not a huge fan of leftovers. There's very few things that I'm willing to eat leftover. And it's mostly Italian food. So, like, pasta and pizza.
Do better.
Those are things I'm okay with eating cold. And sometimes cold chicken, but not usually. Those are the only things I'm willing to eat cold. So I don't really like leftovers, and so I wouldn't really like saving the nuggets. I would want to eat them all while they are fresh, or well, as fresh as they could be, because it would still probably take me a while to get through all the nuggets. Still though. Teda GR, thank you for the $30 tip. Nugget challenge fund for 1,000 nuggets. It's not gonna be 1,000, it's gonna be 100. It's 100 nugget challenge. Not 1,000. Not yet anyway. Maybe if I do it every year, I'll up it by another 100, so it'll be 200 the next year. You know, Hanaki just becomes a chicken nugget by the end of her VTuber career. I usually reheat pizza. That's fair. I don't mind occasionally reheating my pizza in like the air fryer, but I do actually prefer cold pizza. There's peanut butter, chocolate, cheese. Well, see, it's not so much I'm gonna take random sauces. Like, what I'm saying is I want to find all of the suggestions that people have for, like, what they dip their nuggets in. And then I would try to either find it at the store or make sure I order it, like, from whatever place I'm getting the nugget. And then I would figure it out that way. 1 nugget for every centimeter? So, 165 nuggets? That's a lot of nuggets. Oh, see, that's where we differ. I don't like microwaving food. Microwave popcorn is kind of like the only thing I'm willing to microwave. I will also sometimes microwave, like, a pre-made soup. But I really don't like microwaving stuff. I don't like the texture that it makes. Like, it always makes food so soggy. I don't really like that. Didn't someone have a stroke eating 100 nuggets? I don't know, maybe. I don't think it's that big of a deal, though. At least not to me. I think I'd be fine. I do like to eat. Do I usually eat on stream? No. But I do like to eat, and I am capable of eating. Maybe, but they weren't Buno. I'm saying. I'm also half Oni, so I feel like my Oni genes will be able to activate. And I won't have to suffer from the weak human half. The Oni side will make me stronger. That said, I do like the thought process of putting a little bit of bulldog sauce on top of a nugget. That does sound pretty good. Yummy! Nuggets with honey? I mean, honey flavor does sound like something that would be a pretty common combo. I don't really like combining sweet with savory, however. So I feel like if I do this and then a lot of people suggest sweet sauces, I'll probably be sad. Because I really don't like sweet combining with savory food. But I'll still try it. Save your suggestions for when I actually put out a tweet for it. Or a YouTube post. Or both, probably. So that I can get all the options. Save your suggestions for then. I meant the tier list as a joke. Let's not go the route of the boba pizza again. Don't worry, if I do decide to do this and get suggestions for the sauces, I will specifically be like, don't give me joke suggestions. You have to actually tell me things that you dunk your nuggets in. You can't just be like, oh, I dunk my nuggets in piss. Like, we can't do that, right? Like, we have to actually choose things that are real food and that you actually put your nuggets in. It'll be very easy to veto. I don't have to entertain every suggestion. Oh, thank you for the poll suggestion. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Burger. I'm smelling. I dip my nuggets in pure cane sugar. Yuno will love the sweet. Blech. Blech. Yuno will be queen of the raccoons after the nugget challenge? What does that mean? Because I ate a lot of garbage? I mean, true. Real and true. But yeah, no, I have always kind of wanted to do a 100 nugget challenge because I've seen other people do it and they act like it's the hardest thing ever. But I truthfully don't think it would be that bad. But, you know, famous last words. Golden Arch garbage. I mean, that's if I even get McDonald's nuggets. We didn't specify which nugget I would be getting. The trash will have a lot of nuggets. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not gonna fucking waste the food. If I'm buying 100 fucking nuggets, I'm gonna eat every single one of them until those containers are empty. There will not be a single nugget that is wasted, okay? Okay? Trust. I will eat them all. What's the biggest meal you've gotten? Good question. Biggest meal. I mean, there was one time I got a big Five Guy burger and a large fry, and then I also got a large order of cheese curd and an ice cream from a separate place. I got both of them at the same time because I was craving both things, so I got both things. I don't think that's the biggest thing I've ever eaten in one sitting as a meal, however. Back in my college days, I'd eat a whole large pizza. I've lost my touch. I'm really bad at doing it with pizza. Pizza, I do have to split between 2 days. That's about it. I would get big pizzas, though. Because then it would be purposeful in terms of splitting out for leftovers. I like when you say large fry because it makes you think you got one large singular French fry that's comically big. Large fry. It's what it's called. It's not like I got 2 large fries. I got 1 order of large fry. So it's 1 large fry. It doesn't become plural unless it's 2 of them. I'm correct. But yeah, no, it's just 1 really long fry. The container just has 1 really long fry in it. And it's chunky. Whole large pizza's $300 bet. My goodness. I hope you enjoyed those $300. To be fair, if money was on the line, I think I could probably make myself eat 2 large pizzas. If I could choose the toppings. If I can't choose the toppings, then that might be harder. But I mean, I would do about anything for $300. You could convince me to do a lot of things for some money. I must be real. Just got home from work? Well, welcome home. I hope you had a good day at work. Oh, Hanaki. We are talking about big food orders, big food challenges. 1 large pizza, cheese, breadsticks, and a large burger meal in 1 sitting. I swear I couldn't move and I felt my stomach was going to burst, bro. That's pretty crazy, but also I love that for you. That sounds like a really good day. That sounds like that day slapped. $300 is $300. Exactly, and 2 large pizzas. 2 large pizzas, depending on where you're getting them from, is maybe like, what, $40 tops? So you're making back like way more money than you spent on the pizzas. Surely it's worth it at that point. Also, looks like it is a tie. There's 1 person who wants a beef bowl, and there's 1 person that wants a Cosmo Tower burger. Crazy. Majority straight cheese kind of guy. If it's a straight cheese pizza that's too large, like, just plain cheese pizzas, I could probably do it. Because that's not really that difficult. To me. Yuno can eat 2 large pizzas, move after doing it, no? Why do we keep making assumptions about me, huh? How do you know I can't move afterwards? Do you know me? 2-hour time limit. 2-hour time limit? See, my problem is I think I would be a decent capacity eater, but I don't think I'd be very good at doing it in a time limit. I think I'd be too stressed about the time. If there was no time limit, I could probably do it, but I think the problem becomes when they put the time limit on things. At least that's, like, how it is at restaurant challenges. I watch videos of people doing restaurant challenges sometimes just because I think it's entertaining. I don't think I could ever do one, though, because I would definitely fail because of the time limit. That was the hardest part. Yeah, it's always the time. Like, you think you can do it, but because you've got that time there, it's icky. How far do you think you could get if you tried the Chubby Bunny Challenge? Not very far. I honestly don't really care for marshmallows by themselves. I like marshmallows in other stuff. I don't think I'd really be able to do a very good Chubby Bunny. I also have a tiny mouth. If you've ever wondered why my mouth tracking is not always the best, it's because I have a small mouth, and so when I talk, it barely registers that my mouth is moving. Because I got a tiny little baby mouth. And the whole point of Chubby Bunny is figuring out how many marshmallows you can put in at once and still say Chubby Bunny, right? I don't think I would have a big enough capacity in my cheeks. How tiny. The real danger is drinking too much to wash it down. If you're drinking too much, like, straight liquid, yeah. But however, when you're doing, like, carb-based challenges, like things that have a lot of bread, you are actually supposed to dunk the bread into a beverage so that you can make it soggy so that it's easier to swallow. So, like, technically, yes, you shouldn't be drinking the drink straight. However, you can use your beverage to make the bread soggy so it's easier to inhale. It's gross, but that's how you do it, especially when there's a time limit. It's nasty, but at that point, you're not really doing it because it tastes good. You're trying to do it because you want to win. Confirmed not a chipmunk Oni. Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried to do a chubby bunny challenge. I'm trying to think in my head how many I think I could fit. I want to say maybe like 15 or 16. It depends on the size of the marshmallow. How many nuggets can Buno fit? Stay tuned and find out in the 100 nuggets stream. You think I'm gonna put all the nuggets in my mouth at once? That sounds crazy. I'm not a crazy person. Hi, Hanaki, welcome in. You'd probably like the channel Beard Meets Food. So fun fact, I was actually watching some of his videos with Hitomi earlier. There's a couple other channels that I watch that do food challenges like that as well, but we actually just found his stuff and we were watching several of them while we were hanging out earlier today. Just had the playlist running on the side while we did other stuff. At Marshmallow 4, Yuno actually collapses into a black hole. Yeah, you just hear... That's me getting absorbed in the black hole. That's what it sounds like. True. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'd be wasting a bag of marshmallows if I tried to buy them for a Chubby Bunny challenge. I don't think I'd be very good at it. And then I would just have a bunch of marshmallows left over, and I'd just be like, well, what do I do with this? The answer is make one of those, like, viral s'mores cookies. I have so much cookie dough now, because I'm really into making cookies, so... time to make a viral s'mores cookie. Most VTubers are more impressed by the food challenge than the guy. As in, like, they're more impressed by the fact the food challenge exists? I don't know. I think that the guy is also impressive. Like, he can finish those challenges in times that I don't think I've seen, like, many other challenge takers do. Like, a lot of times they, like, really struggle to get through it, or they, like, start struggling way sooner than he does. But he's able to, like, get through it with, like, half the time left, which is really crazy to me. I think he's impressive. Obviously, the amount of food is crazy. But I think it's even more impressive that he's able to finish it with, like, half of the estimated time left. Like, he does these challenges that are, like, 45 minutes long, and he can finish them in, like, 22. And I'm just like, how? Where'd the food go? But he just locks in. I mean, he also, like, I think diets a lot beforehand, and also tends to fast right before a challenge, so it's a lot easier to pack food away. But, I don't know, man. It's pretty impressive. Black hole for real. Yeah, no, for real. Super impressive. But I'm not a big fan of timed challenges, as I said. I would prefer things that are just more capacity focused. I'm impressed by people who can do things within time limits, but never been me. I know I could pack a lot of food away if I was allowed to just sit and eat at whatever pace I wanted, though. I have often been the, garbage disposal friend whenever my friend group would go out to eat meals. As in, whenever they couldn't finish stuff and they didn't want to take it home for leftovers, they would give it to me and I'd eat it. Yum. I know he talked about one of the challenges of sweets. He went into like a diabetic shock from the blood sugar spike. That makes sense. I do think that that's fair. So much sugar. The me of a few years ago would probably say that I could handle a sweets challenge. I don't know if I could actually say that now. I think maybe only if it was ice cream. Because I have a really high capacity for ice cream. I don't think I could do it for any other kind of sweets. Though. That's just me. Wish I could pass my nuggies to Yuno. Please, please, give them to me. Please, 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 please. As soon as the internet invents a way for us to send things, like, via computer to each other, it's so over. I will take all of your leftover nuggets. The group dog! Hey! Be nice! I mean, I called myself a trash can. Calling me a dog is probably a little bit better, because at least then I'm a living creature. But, like, don't call me a dog! Be nice! This is messed up. Sick and twisted behavior. Even if it's true. Vacuum pet is real. I'm literally the Kirby of my friend group. That's me inhaling all the food. Joke's on you, I don't leave leftover nuggies? Good. That's how it should be. It's better if you don't leave leftovers, in my opinion. But I also understand why people do leave them. And then if you decide you don't want to take them, that's when I eat them. But I don't judge people who order big portions to have leftovers afterwards. Because I get it. Especially if you're going out to eat and you're spending all that money anyway. Might as well take some of it home so you don't have to worry about cooking another meal. Or, you know, taking it home so that you can eat more of it like 40 minutes later when you get hungry again. Oni mama. Just because I want to pass them to Yuno doesn't mean I couldn't eat them myself.
You just wanna feed me? Wow. That's so nice.
I do want nuggets. I actually don't want nuggets right now. I had chicken. They weren't really nuggets, but I had like chicken tender bites with my mac and cheese earlier. So I have had my chicken intake for the evening. That's how I usually do it. Eat half now and half later, get the most out of my money. Very fair. For me, though, I find that restaurant portions are usually just enough for me to be full for a meal, so I don't usually take home leftovers. Like I said, I have a pretty high capacity, all things considered. The amount of times where I eat a decent amount of food at a restaurant and then I'm still the one who wants dessert after, and everybody else around me is just like, how do you have room for dessert? And I'm just like, ice cream? Cheesecake? Cookies? You know? The second stomach that is for sugar. And then I have a third stomach that's for ice cream. She hungry. Yes. Specifically, I always end up craving something sugary after I eat a lot of savory stuff. The same thing can also happen if I start with something sugary, though. I end up craving something more savory. Or, like, salty, specifically. That's why my favorite snack combo right now is my super, like, buttery and salty popcorn alongside chocolate chip cookie. Because the chocolate chip cookie is just enough sugar and sweet to counteract the butter and salt from the popcorn. And so the two of them together make me very happy. It's really good. They build them diff in Onigashima? Hell yeah, brother. Burger King brought back the crown-shaped nuggets. I don't really like Burger King. I think I've had this discussion with you guys before, though. When we were talking about fast food places. I don't really like Burger King. Maybe it's just the Burger Kings in Onigashima that are not good. But every time I've had Burger King, I've been sad. I've been saddened by it. It's just, it's not good. At least not to me. So I don't really get excited whenever Burger King does stuff. I'm just like, oh, okay. I don't really think to get Burger King. I like popcorn, but the kernels, they always get stuck in my gums. Oh, you're like Hitomi. That happens to her, too. I'm pretty strong, though. I don't usually have that issue with popcorn. I got really strong gums, I guess. Either that or I'm just really good at being able to get it out if it does get stuck. This Oni is good at flossing. Yes. Burger King nuggies are not for me. I like their long chicken sandwiches, though. Oh, I did used to live off of the long chicken sandwiches when I was in college. There was a Burger King on that was close to my dorm that I did go to quite a bit. I could tolerate the chicken sandwich and the fries in that way, but I don't really like much else from Burger King. That was until a BK opened near my house, and whoever they got cooking does a lot better. Man, I wish that was true for me. Thank you for the hydrate, and also, oh my god, good luck to your sister. Congrats on becoming a uncle. I hope the labor is smooth. I'm surprised you even bothered to come in here to say that. Focus on your sister. Focus on your family. Get out of here. Congratulations. I've seen so many posts on Reddit about Burger King and their new Whoppers. I might lose to the marketing one day. Don't give in. Don't fall for it. It's not worth it. It's Burger King. It's not worth it. Nephew number 2, let's go! Now go be with your sister! Get out of here! I'm saying this with all the love in my heart, but you don't get out of there! Go be with your family! That's so exciting! Gotta share the good news with my peeps. That is true, thank you. But you also could have waited until after the baby was delivered safely. Start then Damatachi's young. You get the chance to hold the baby and you just whisper, "You're gonna be the biggest Damatachi. Right now you're the youngest, but you're gonna be the biggest one day. I've got 18 years to prepare you." First word the baby's gonna hear is gonna be from Yuno. Uh-oh. That's too much pressure. Don't do that to me. I don't want to be the first thing the baby hears. No. No, don't do that to me. Too much pressure. But yeah, no, don't fall for Burger King propaganda. It's not good. Unless you are in an area where the Burger King is actually like really good. Kid's gonna ask when they're 6 about a Yuno Hanaki and the parents are gonna be so confused. This kid's going to vividly remember a past life where they were a super active Damadachi, and then they're gonna be like confused when their parents don't know what that means. Babies and Damas love plastic keys. I thought we were past this. I thought we were past the need for plastic keys. First word is Ohanaki. That'd be pretty funny. That's 4 syllables. That kid saying a 4-syllable word as their first word is pretty wild. I'd say. Relapse. I don't know if that's a good thing. Got it ready. The king, queen never cry. It seems to be king. We were confirmed that... It was confirmed that they are boys. King never cry. Another meme that I never really understood for a while until I finally saw the image. I only saw people saying the text "Queen never cry," and then I never saw the image. Tama baby will surpass the odds. Let's not call him Dama Baby. He whispers, did you know our souls are connected by fate? Bro, I'd be freaked out if a baby said a full sentence like that. Where did that come from? Also, why is it my sentence? Put that back. Put that away. You're not allowed to have that. My streams don't allow minors, so how did you even figure that out? Like a sleeper agent.
No! You're just a baby.
I was rewatching that short the other day, actually. Do you guys remember that short from Hana Mizuki's pre-debut days? It was a short on Kaya's channel where she's just like,
I'm just a baby!
I rewatched it the other day and it's so funny. And I actually remembered that I had quote tweeted it to mention that the two of us had just been like cry laughing while she was editing it in call. And I remember that it was still so funny. I watched it like 6 times because it keeps getting me. The lip syncing is so good. The overall bit is so funny.
I'm just a baby!
It's so good. Not to mention the fact that she edited in the get to clop clop of me in the background carrying the McDonald's bag. Some things never change, even years later.
I'm just a baby!
You have to say, okay, Mom.
I'm just a baby!
So good. Pre-debut Shorts era was so funny. By the time we get to the Brick House Red, you know the reveal is 18-year-old him for the first 5 minutes as Bueno Dangoki. No. No. That is not the case. 69 cents. Oh, you know what that means. I don't have enough money for chicken nugget. Oh, hold on. I have to do this way expression. I don't have enough money for chicken nugget. I should remake some of my old shorts with the new model. I think that'd be pretty funny.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Mogusuke, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Chicken nugget. Hey, how much money do you have? 69 cents. You know what that means. I don't have enough money for chicken nugget. So funny. Hanaki, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you are doing well. Hope things are good. Pretty sure 10 pieces aren't $6.90. Just charm the staff into selling you a 2-piece. Just give me 2 nuggets, please. Please. It'll be enough, I promise. Make it 67 cents for the Zoomers. No. I don't want to make a 6-7 joke. I don't want to attract Zoomers to my streams. Nuggets are like $1 each. No, for real. They're getting so expensive, man. Every time the delivery app has a deal where I can get a free 10-piece, I'm just like, thank you, God, for listening to me on this day. Thank you to the Lord for realizing that I need nuggets. Thank you so much. God. The app deals and points to the only reason I still go makes it actually budget food. That's very fair. Gotta rack up those rewards when you can. am getting a bit better about making more food at home, though. At the very least, I'm trying my best. And I feel like I've overall gotten better than I was before. I am still guilty of occasionally succumbing to the urge. But it's less than it used to be, which is good. I am making more things at home. And, you know, eating only one meal a day does help in some ways. Although some people will still tell me that that's bad.
Haha.
But at least I'm always eating that one meal at home. And I'm not getting food out. I am fine. It is all good, I promise. We call that intermittent fasting. In a way, maybe so. Damn, woman, listen. Most of the time, I just don't really feel hungry more than once a day. Although today I did have breakfast, so this is not a good example. Because today I had breakfast. That was because I craved breakfast, though. Hoping for government-run grocery store in Onigashima. I don't know if I really want that either, to be honest. Getting groceries isn't really the problem. It's just groceries are expensive. And I don't know if it's smarter to like bulk buy so that I don't have to buy as much as frequently. Or if I should start doing like little trips when I need food and stuff. Like little trips based on stuff I actually need. Lack of car doesn't help, unfortunately. Yeah, that is also a big part of it. Oni no drive, so I'm just trying to figure out what the heck is the smarter option. I don't think there is one. Yuno doesn't like Zoomers. I like older Zoomers. I feel like, though, I'm trying to avoid having too young of an audience. Requires girl math. Ugh. I hate girl math. You talked about this before, I think, having trouble shopping and meal prepping. Yeah. The shopping isn't always the problem, because, like, currently what I do is I wait until I'm out of a lot of, like, my core stuff. And then I just restock everything that I need to restock. And then maybe get, like, 1 or 2 treats. Not usually, but sometimes. And that's usually how I grocery shop, but I'm really bad at, like, prepping for specific meals, because if I'm getting my groceries and I'm trying to think, like, I'm gonna eat this for dinner, I'm gonna eat this one day, I need all the stuff for this, because a lot of times if I do that and then everything comes and I put it all away and I'm like, all right, cool, awesome, I immediately will not want to eat any of that stuff. My brain immediately will just be like, no, I don't want it. And I don't know what that means psychologically, if anything. It just means that I get pissed off because I spend X amount of money. And then I don't even want to eat any of the stuff that I bought. And I'm just like, man. And then I keep putting it off because, like, the next day I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna make something that's easier because I'm busy. Or I'll be like, I'm not hungry for that, I want this instead, and then I'll make that. And then the next day I'll be like, I mean, I could make this, but also I think I can have my one indulgence of ordering out tonight. And then it just keeps building until eventually the stuff that I got intending to make a meal is like spoiled. So then I have to throw it out because I can't use it. And I'm just like, man. Fuck. It builds over time. Like, my brain will just be like, I want something else. I want something else. I want something else. And so I really can't do the, like, meal planning thing. It just doesn't work for me. And I have tried it. Like, I literally have sat with Hitomi before, and I've also done this by myself before, where I've tried to be like, okay, what do I want to eat over the course of the next, like, 1 or 2 weeks? And I write out everything that I think that I want, and then I get all the stuff for it, but then I just never want to make it. And I end up never wanting to eat it. And then it's all wasted! And it sucks! It's like the 3 AM motivation phenomenon, don't want it when it's available. I wonder if that's what it is. The minute it's there, I'm just like,
maybe not. Maybe I don't want it anymore.
So frustrating. I wish my brain wasn't like this. It would make my life so much easier. That's also why I get worried about things like those meal service things, like your Hello Freshes and the like. Not specifically Hello Fresh, mind you, but just things like it, where they have like where they're supposed to like take the stress of the meal prep out for you, and they just send you all the stuff to make like the one portion or whatever, so you can minimize leftovers and stuff. Yeah, meal subscriptions, meal plan subscription things. I also saw this happen to Onimama. Onimama qualified for one through the Onigashima government, like a plan to get like meals sent to the house every month. And there would literally be a checklist, and she'd have me sit there and fill out the checklist for her of all of the meals and like all of the options, and she'd pick what sounded good to her. But then as soon as those meals came and I had these big boxes that I unloaded into like the fridge and the freezer of all of this crap, she never wanted to eat any of it. And I'd tell her all the stuff she had available practically every night. I'd go through the same list over and over, and she'd be like, no, 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 no. Actually, what if we just order pizza? And I'd just be like, Mom, we have these meals for a reason. And it ended up taking up so much space in our actual like fridge and our freezer, so by the time we were actually getting like our regular groceries, we had no room for them because she'd keep wanting to hoard all the food that she didn't want to take. And she'd just be like, I don't want it. And then the few times I could convince her to eat one, she'd say that it tasted bad. So then she wouldn't finish it, and I'd have to end up eating the leftovers. Because I hate leftovers. Do you see? Everything's cyclical. There are a number of times where I had to eat those damn meal kits and those like freaking frozen meals that she didn't want to touch after she ordered them, just because I didn't want them to go to waste, so we needed to get them out of the freezer. Like mother like daughter? Well, yes, she does have a similar problem, but at least I could deal with her problem by eating the food for her. I can't really do that for myself, because if I get sick of my own food, I then can't eat it for myself because I still don't want it. At least I could solve my mom's problems. Can't solve my own. Ay. Invent the internet sharing ASAP, please. Clone oneself, have the clone eat your food for you, then eat something else. Then it's like I ate 2 things. Yeah, I don't know. But no, I've always been worried that I would pick out stuff on like a meal subscription service, and then I wouldn't want any of it once they actually started shipping to my box. Order for Hitomi specifically for her to reject. That doesn't even work. She lives on a completely different part of Onigashima. She's like way away from me. I wouldn't be able to convince my brain.
Cute. Do better.
Conrad, thank you for the lead tip. I'm enabling. I'm part of the problem. Nah, it's okay, it's okay. Honestly, this current dono bar is only to recoup the cost of my groceries. My groceries were not 200. They were 100, but I am accounting for all of the cuts that come from the payment processors. But no, on the bright side, whenever the stars finally align and Hitomi can move from where she currently lives to come live with me, She has already said that she will probably do most of the cooking for us, because she actually likes to cook. So I will probably no longer have these problems. When I'm ever able to live with Hitomi. Because she will just make food for us. And I specifically will only handle the few times that we get delivery or we're picking up food or whatever. I will be the designated placing orderer over the phone or a small price to pay. Until Hitomi gets married, I don't think she's looking for marriage, to be honest. I mean, if she does decide to get into a relationship and get married, good for her. But I don't think she's looking for that right now. It's so Yuno for the hate watchers. Because I'll have somebody that can make food for me? I suppose so. Hitomi fans in shambles. Speaking of Hitomi, did you guys see that if you look up Yuno Hanaki, if you're like going to post a gif on Twitter, there's someone who actually made a gif of Hitomi when she was making fun of my forehead? I didn't know that Hitomi had those kinds of fans. To like make a gif of her. Really? Yeah, if you look up Yuno Hanaki to get gifs, Hitomi shows up in like the second or third row. And it's her using that silly forehead toggle. And I was like, what the fuck?
Why does Hitomi show up? She's not even a real VTuber.
Sick and twisted. In my search results. It is pretty funny though.
Wicked up and evil.
Yeah, see, you get it.
Sick and twisted.
Everybody's so mean to me. Anyways. But yeah, Sunday I will be taken care of. I guess worst comes to worst, if Hitomi does ever decide to get into a relationship and get married and thus move out, I suppose I will eventually have to find a roommate who likes cooking. Qualifications, please be able to cook. And also like cooking and understand that I probably will not cook very much. Become their house Oni. But see, I wouldn't be a good house Oni. I can kind of clean. I can't cook. I'm not very useful around the house. But honestly, I don't really think I want to live with anybody besides Hitomi, so I think if Hitomi ever did move out after the two of us started living together, I just would resolve myself to being alone. Or I would just go to her place all the time. Whenever I wanted a home-cooked meal. Qualifications has to deal with a princess. That's me. I'll cook for you using the microwave. Disqualified. So no. Hard no, hard pass. If I wanted someone who could cook in the microwave, I might as well just stay by myself. Convince Kaya or Lynn to move in with you? Nah. 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 I don't think so. I don't think either one of them would want to move to Onigashima. I can't leave Onigashima because I was banished here, so we cannot cross the dimensional lines. Yeah, there's a whole other host of barriers to overcome. Yeah. The barrier between Onigashima and everywhere else in the world is very strong, so wouldn't really work out for us. It is okay. I will be fine. All the Tamagotchi can move in with you. No, thank you. The box cannot handle that many individuals. Anyway, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. I'll be okay. I have so many bad experiences with roommates that I honestly would not be able to handle rooming with anybody that's not Hitomi. I'm so for real. So if it's not Hitomi, I would not take anything else. I could pull you without text lag. I'm not dealing with that. I am not letting my ops into my home. All of you are my fucking ops. I'm not letting you into the threshold. It's like letting in a vampire. I'm not doing that shit. No thank you, bro. I'm good. I appreciate the sentiment, but no. Felt a little artsy today, paints everything green. I'd die! Hide the welcome mat? No! Well, I actually don't have a welcome mat, so we're already good there. Can't get me this time. Don't have a welcome mat. What if we bring cats? No thank you, I already have a wife. No thank you. Also, this current box doesn't allow pets. So you would not be able to bring your pets anyway. We'll kick out your neighbors and move into the space next to you. Oh god. Oh no. Now that would be a real nightmare. I'm talking on stream like, wow guys, the neighbors that have been causing me all of this grief are finally moving out. I wonder who my new neighbors are gonna be. I guess I'll find out. And you guys are just like, haha, yeah, that's so crazy. She doesn't know. Does she know? The answer is no. Bangs walls. Hey, it's time to stream. No, that would be so bad. I'd be getting ready for stream and I just hear banging on the adjacent wall and they're just like, Yuno, why are you late? You're 2 minutes late. Where's stream? Where's the stream? And I'm just like, what the hell? Huh? Kawaii, 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 kawaii. My new neighbors moved in. Let me go check. Dark Souls music. Streamer! Bang, bang, bang. Acknowledge my message! No, I'd be terrified. I would literally just not even bother to take any of my things with me. I would be gone. I would refuse to be involved in this any longer. I would literally have to leave. I'd graduate, I'd quit, I'd be gone. No. Fucking nightmare and a half. This stream's actually my last. Kawaii. Soundproofing fun, guys, for no reason at all. The echo is cute but can't be heard. Pay no attention to the neighbor-shaped hole in the ground. Uh-oh. Are you guys saying that you killed my previous neighbors? That's a concern. Slip envelopes under the door instead of donos. Are you guys paying me under the table? Isn't that illegal? You'd leave your computer at the Damadachi neighbors? No, dude. The house would be locked. What the hell are you talking about? Hear the door slam, switch to mobile, cute, but we all know car faster than you. Oh my god! Scary! Rent money to me? I am not the landlord. It's a cruel person for you guys are scary. This is why VTubers are so nervous about talking about anything that remotely gives away their location. This is what you're like when you're joking. Imagine if you were serious. Fucked up stream. Why? Horror is very easy to write, it turns out. Well, that's not true. It's just scary when you understand the things that scare the person you're writing the horror for. And you are aware of the fact that VTubers are afraid of this kind of thing happening in the real world. Therefore, it's easy to prey upon the fear. Freaking terrifying, though. No thanks. No thank you, no thanks. We're innocent until proven guilty? Well, nothing has happened yet, because it's not going to. Luckily, you will never find out where I am in Onigashima, and Onigashima is very difficult to access. We get in a dispute, so we just chuck beans at each other. If you chuck beans at me, I would die! That's more than just a dispute! I'm in your Wi-Fi like Miku, and it's pretty slow in here. My Wi-Fi honestly isn't that bad. It's like the highest speed possible in Onigashima, which honestly is not that fast. I see the speeds that other people post. Honestly, mine is not that fast. But, it's the fastest I can get in Onigashima, so comparatively, fairly fast. So it's not that slow, don't make fun of it. Hide your kids, hide your Wi-Fi. Ay, ay, ay. When was that meme? 2011, 2012? Old as fuck. Let us in, we'll upgrade it to gigabit fiber. I don't trust you! Fiber isn't available in my area! I would know, I have it set to alert me the minute it is! I watched yet another Vine comp at work today, can you tell? That's valid. Sometimes you just have to watch Vine comps to feel something. I get it. Vine was truly such a golden age. Anyway. I need to check something really quick. I guess it's not yet. Hold on. Okay, it's not yet. Okay. Sounds like someone wants to sell me something. True. Big if true. Your neighbors are still the same for now. I was not checking on my neighbors. I was not checking on my neighbors. I was checking on something related to VTuber stuff. God, why do you guys think everything's about you? Why do you think everything's about you all the time? Bruh. Now I feel like I have to actually be scared. Got me fricked up. Because we're so cool, sometimes. Not today. Right now I'm scared of you. Stripper, focus on us, Stripper. Well, I had to check something, because I was going to change the topic to something else. I guess I can technically still share it, even though the actual thing isn't properly out yet. But my schedule is done. My schedule for the week is done. I was going to wait until a proper thing was tweeted, but I guess I will just go ahead and share an element of it now. On Saturday at 8 p.m. EST, I'm in a concert. Yay. I'm gonna be in a concert. Let me get the... I'll link you the waiting room. But it's being hosted by Hoshino Inku. This was planned a while ago. It was supposed to be for her birthday / re-debut. But things went awry, so it did not go as planned. But it's happening this weekend now. But it's a fan concert for the Project Sekai group, Nigo. Nigo-ji, night kodo de. So, night court at 25 p.m. Here's the waiting room. I have to delete the and PP, please hold. No and PP. Here we go. Well, it's over there if you would like to be notified. I can't share what I'm singing. I'm only in a group song. There are some people that are going to be singing solos, but I didn't sign up for one. I'm only in a singular group song. So. Iku Hoshifuri? No. Hoshino Inku. Different person. Completely different person. Not Hoshifuri Iku. Although Miss Iku is very cute and very nice, and I would love to sing with her sometime. She's a very busy bee, though. Anyways. But yeah, we're singing a song from Prosecca. And there's some other group songs that will be done in there. Miss Inku has worked very hard. She recreated the empty Sekai from the game and is putting all of our models in there for the performances. And she's got it set up so that there's gonna be like some cool effects and stuff. It's really neat. I have a little promotional video that I'm able to post whenever to show my participation. But there's a video of me popping into the empty Sekai. It's pretty neat. And I believe the proper video that's gonna showcase everybody's intros is supposed to be going up sometime tonight. I don't know when. But yeah, she's worked really hard. So I highly recommend you check out the concert if you are free that day. So yeah. I will be in that. Excited. Don't know what that is, but the concept of recreating an area for a tribute concert is so cool. It is! You can kind of get a glimpse of it. It's where she's standing in the thumbnail of the concert waiting room. That big, like, gray empty space. That's the empty sekai from the video game. But yeah, the whole concert is songs from that particular band. Lots of people are participating in it. Lots of Miss Ingu's friends. I was very lucky to be included. I'm happy about it. But I'm only in the one song. If you can, you should watch more of it, obviously. But I'm only in the one song. But that was what I was waiting for. I had to wait to get, like, confirmation on stuff for that before I could post my schedule. So if you were wondering why my schedule is so late, it's because I was trying to wait for the introductory video to be posted, but it hasn't been posted yet. But I'm impatient, and I don't want to wait too long to post my schedule. So, yeah. I thought it was Buno being forgetful. No! I mentioned on Twitter that I was waiting for something to be confirmed. I also mentioned on Sunday's stream, so yesterday. I mentioned yesterday that I had to wait for some stuff to get confirmed before I was gonna post the schedule. But I did confirm OniMon. OniMon is always Monday if I can help it. Unless I'm feeling sick. Then I can't do OniMon, but still. But yeah, that will be Saturday. Saturday at 8 p.m. And then I'm not streaming anything else that day. I need to figure out some sort of trick I can do with my schedule, because whenever I try to do multi-streams, I can't make them be too long because they, like, overlap with each other because the text is too big. I'm probably gonna have to talk to Hitomi about this again, but I was initially going to double stream, but it just, the formatting was just pissing me off so much, and I didn't want to, like, cheap out on the information, so I was like, I can't. I have to make sure everybody knows that it's a special concert, so I left the one space. It's the only way I can write full information. Otherwise, I'd have to, like, really condense it, and it's not fun to do that. Multi-streaming is hard because I always have to make sure I condense everything down. Which means I can't play something that has more than, like, 2 words in the title. And stuff. It's really annoying. I want to figure out how to fix it. I don't know how. I think the only way would be if we just changed the size of the text on double stream formats, but I don't know. I don't usually double stream much anymore anyway. Anyways. But yeah, that's Saturday. And then I do have the rest of my schedule finished. I just haven't made the thumbnails yet. I was really struggling today to make thumbnails. I guess it's part of what I meant when I said today was kind of weird. I just didn't really have the motivation to do my thumbnails. So that's also why it took so long for this waiting room to go up. I was like, bro, I don't know what to do for this thumbnail. And then Hitomi was like, well, it's Steam Next Fest. And I was like, well, I guess. And then she was like, why don't you do Gabe Jesus? And I was like, what the fuck is Gabe Jesus? So if you're wondering who the guy is on the thumbnail, that's Gabe Newell, CEO of Steam. And apparently whenever there's a Steam sale or like a Next Fest or a whatever, people will post images of him edited as Jesus. Because he is bestowing the sales upon the people. I didn't know this. I had to learn this, and I had to look up a picture of Gabe Jesus in order to make this thumbnail. Pray to Gabe it. Your thumbnail was normal when you saved it. Gaben just appeared somehow. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm glad you guys understand the joke. I didn't get it. I was just like, whatever. I literally have no ideas for this thumbnail. Whatever you say, Hitomi. So that's what I did. Not that I've even really talked about the next fest. Find any good demos buried under all that AI slop? Bro, don't remind me. I don't know if you guys follow Obake Pam on Twitter, but she actually like added Steam to see if they would consider adding an AI filter so you could get rid of all of the AI games. Because she mentioned that there's like what, 1,600 of them just in the next fest alone. I think there's like 4,000 games in English over there, and 1,600 of them list that they include AI as part of the like mandatory AI disclosure. However, I also know that there's a lot of games that still aren't disclosing, despite the fact that Steam requires you to do so. So, you know, she was asking if Steam would consider changing it because it's making her not want to partake in the next fest or like any of the future events like this. Because she was like, I'm tired of getting interested in a game only to find out like super belatedly that it has AI, because you only know if you click on the game and scroll all the way down to the bottom. Steam does enforce loosely that you disclose it, but you can't filter it out, so I always scroll to the bottom first to check if there's a disclosure. But that's the thing, it's frustrating that you have to give the game clicks and attention, and then you have to scroll all the way down in hopes of finding it. And then there's still plenty of games that still aren't really disclosing it, or like lying about it whenever they get confronted. So it's so frustrating. There should at least be a way to filter out the ones that are open about their AI usage. Anyways, I've mostly been focusing on games that are already on my wish list that happen to have demos. Like today, I played the Book Nook demo. And it is very cute. However, I do hope they rework some of the controls because the way the pieces snap into place, or I guess I should say, they don't always snap into place even though you're doing it in a way that should make them. It's like weirdly precise at times where it shouldn't be. Or like it acts like it's not close even if I am like literally putting the piece where it's supposed to go. So I hope they make it so that it's a little bit less weird to snap the pieces in, but for the most part it worked pretty well. So it was nice, it was cozy, I liked it. Bit of a wider snap zone. Yeah, either a wider snap zone or like a more precise way to angle the pieces. I think one of the things that I really didn't like is you can only change like the angle and like the position of the base piece. You can't change the angle of the pieces that you're holding to put on the base. I think it would be nice if you could change both. If I could change the angle of the piece that I'm holding to re-angle it so that it goes better into the snap zone, that probably would have made things a lot easier. But since I can only change the position of the base, it was really pissing me off. When I told Hitomi I was playing, she was like, can you screen share to me? And I was like, no, because you're just gonna be watching me try to fight to put this door in place for 20 minutes. I was really mad. And then, of course, as soon as she joined, I managed to finally get the door to fit after like 5 minutes of showing her my struggles. So stupid. But it is very cozy. I hope there's like 80 bajillion levels in that game. There probably won't be, but it was cozy. There were a couple other games that I know that I liked from Wholesome Direct that also have demos right now, so I might look into some of those. But otherwise, there's not too much. There is a new demo of Lovebite.exe from Nochi Studios. that has more voice acting and stuff added. I was kind of thinking about checking that out because I haven't played Love Bite since the first time I played the demo. I was thinking about playing that version and hearing more of the voice acting because I played before it had any. So it'd be nice to hear what the voice acting sounds like now. But I haven't yet. It's a limited time demo, I believe. So if I do want to play it, I'm gonna have to pick it up soonish, but I was thinking about picking that up. But otherwise, I haven't really been looking at the list to see if there's any new stuff. I've just kind of been going off of, like, stuff that's already in my wish list. If it has a demo, I'm like, oh, nice. And I'm kind of keeping an eye on it that way. I'm too nervous to search for new stuff. I just feel like I'm not gonna find anything, or if I do find something, it's gonna have AI, and I'm gonna be sad. I'm just so tired of Gen AI! Ugh. I hate that this has to be something that we're constantly afraid of. And, like, creators have such a hard time sometimes, because you think you finally find a game that you're interested in playing, and then you find out it's AI. Or that it had some sort of AI thing that wasn't properly included in its disclosure. Or if it was, it wasn't disclosed until later. If you guys are wondering why I never finished Organized Inside, they belatedly added an AI usage disclosure that said that they used Gen AI for their background music. And there was another VTuber this week who was looking to play Organized Inside and then found out belatedly that it used AI music. And he got really frustrated. And was just like, it's so frustrating to find games and then realize belatedly that they have AI in them. Wog. So that's why I never finished that game. I'm probably gonna delete the VODs for it too, because... Stinky, stinky, boo, boo. Evil. I'll never understand why people would use AI music in a sea of free use music. I know, right? Well, sometimes people think that they still have to pay for the licenses, especially to use it in games where they are earning a profit. The problem is that, like, you can find music that's free to use, but the minute you're using it for a project where you are earning money, you do usually have to pay a usage license. It's not completely free use. So I think that's kind of where the issue comes in. They don't want to spend the money for these licenses. Which I agree is very stupid, and you should be willing to just do it. Just suck it up and do it. But, like, I don't know, man. It's annoying because there's a huge swath of CCO game-ready music all over places like itch.io. Yeah, that too. There are some places where they're, like, totally fine with you using it, even if you're making a profit off your game. But it's just, like... People get so desperate because they want to have their own original music, but they don't want to pay someone to make it. So they're like, surely I'll just make the AI churn out something. And that will be unique enough. But the funny thing, too, is that you have to pay to use a lot of these fucking AI programs to begin with! They're milking you of your money because you think you're saving money by paying for them to get it to generate slop for you. When you're not! You're paying money for the membership, bro! You're not a genius! In the end, you're just paying a stupid robot. Makes me so mad, man. So, I don't know. I've also had to be, like, more discerning as, like, more games and such have approached me to, like, collaborate or to, like, feature their games on my channel and stuff. I'm doing my due diligence as much as I can with these games because the last thing I want is to accidentally showcase a game that has AI. Spend money to use good music or spend a monthly sub for worse music. That's what pisses me off! Why would they rather spend the monthly sub to make worse music just because it's quote-unquote original? It doesn't mean it's good, it's bad. It's usually pretty bad. But the thing about Organized Inside was that they had not disclosed that at all. Like, I wouldn't have played the game if it had that disclosure there from the beginning. But they added it later, I'm guessing because they were probably getting bugged into doing it. I'm sure that's exhausting to add that whole extra level of checking if a game will vibe, not just with us and you, but if it's AI. There was a game that looked like it was going to be really cool, but because of its core game mechanic, I actually asked them if they used generative AI, and the representative was like, what do you mean by generative AI? And I was like, oh, that's not a good sign. Well, that's not a very good sign now, is it? And so I specified what I meant. I defined generative AI for this person. I was way too fucking patient. And then they replied and they were like, yes, we do use generative AI in our game. And I was like, okay, have a nice day. I will not be taking part in this partnership. But I did literally pass it up, even though it looked like it would have been a cool game and it would have had a cool concept. But because they were being so shady about the potential AI usage and I had to define what it was to them, I was just like, nope. No thanks. That's the yes, but we want to slip it past you if you don't know your stuff. As if. I am extremely diligent when it comes to these things. But no, it can be really exhausting to have to also make sure that there's no AI. But I do the best that I can, because the last thing that I want is to be super excited about and advertise a game that ended up having AI usage in it. As someone who is so anti-generative AI, I don't want to seem like a hypocrite, and I also don't want to encourage people to purchase a game that ended up not really being made from like genuine creativity and like built from the ground up. Well, built from the ground up, asterisk, paid usage for existing music or whatever the hell else, you know? I just want every piece of it to be original. Made by an artist. Like, I don't want to ever be the person who accidentally advertises something that's not genuine. So I really try. But it can be exhausting. And I think that that's part of why this particular VTuber who got upset about Organized Inside was, like, so frustrated. Because you can do so much due diligence. But, like, they could just as easily turn around and be like, oh, actually, now that a bunch of people are playing our game and we have a lot of eyes on us, now we can mention that we used AI. After they've already milked in all the advertising. There's another game that I saw that, like, is pretty much absolutely AI, but they have, like, a content creator program, and people have been, like, excitedly joining it and, like, promoting the game, even though it's AI. And I'm just like, and it's the game itself is not disclosing it. So if you notice that I keep rehashing that there are some games that are not disclosing their AI usage, it's a little bit pointed. But, you know, creators will see an opportunity to work with a game as, like, an official ambassador, or, like, even better, if the opportunities are paid. And they'll just get excited because it'll be like, oh, wow, my first paid sponsorship. This is so cool. I can't wait to advertise this game. And then, you know, the people that make the game are purposefully hiding information that would make these creators ordinarily not want to showcase it. Because they know that most, if not all, creators are pretty anti-AI. At the very least, you should be anti-generative AI if you're a creator. I can't really say anything one way or the other if you happen to be pro-gen AI. That'd be strange to me, but I guess you're allowed to think what you want. But, like, these companies, these, like, people that are making these games are getting smarter. So they're trying really hard to obscure it as much as they can, and it's so frustrating. On top of that, I'm sure a lot of people aren't savvy enough to how to find if it's not disclosed or used extremely obviously. Yeah, it used to be so easy to tell, but admittedly there are times where the AI is getting a lot smarter. The AI slop is unfortunately, like, learning a lot from existing creative work and is getting closer and closer to mimicking it. There are still some tells. There are still usually some signs that you can see, but, like, right before this stream, Hitomi was looking at the list of games for Steam Next Fest and was trying to point out which ones she thought were AI just based off of art style, and I was like, but this also is a slippery slope too. Where, like, yes, you can sometimes presume that a particular art style is a staple of AI-generated art. But at the same time, there also are going to be people who just draw that way because they happen to have an art style that the AI art was based off of. Or conversely, because it's starting to pollute a lot of results on things like Pinterest, where people look up references, their references might end up looking a little bit like AI because AI is starting to really populate Pinterest search results. And a lot of artists were using stuff on Pinterest to, like, learn how to draw particular things, or to get ideas for particular things. A lot of wrongful AI art call-out posts on artists who created the style that AI was trained off of. Or just people who already did draw in that style because they learned from another actual artist, not from the AI. So it can get kind of dangerous to be like, oh, this art style is AI, or like, oh, this thing is AI. It's so hard. And that's why it can be really exhausting as a creator to try and figure out which games are safe to play or not. It used to be fairly easy for me to figure out what to stream because I could figure out games I wanted to play, but now I get so nervous. And I'm just like, please. Please don't be AI. And then, you know, as is the case I just finished describing, they could belatedly end up announcing that they had AI usage, and they just didn't disclose it when they were supposed to. Which is just like, fuck you, fuck off. Fuck you. So tiring. Cries in Crazy Taxi, I'm so sorry, man. You guys had been so excited when the Crazy Taxi announcement dropped during that stream. Only for it to turn out the way that it did. Yuno, man. Shaking my dang head. A fun blast of nostalgia gone like tears in the rain. I'm so sorry. That sucks. I can only imagine. Yeah. But anyways. I feel like AI and background assets for games is gonna be the norm. I really hope not. I really need companies to get it through their thick skulls that we can't replace art. I can't stand it. I think I mentioned this before, but there was an Otome game that I had been really excited about until I found out later that people were fairly certain that the backgrounds in the game were AI generated. And it was eventually discovered that while it was credited to an official, like, art company that usually draws backgrounds, it was confirmed that that company had been looking into AI options for some of their art. So even though it was technically contracted out to a proper art company, it was still AI. It's just, it was, like, probably done without the developer's knowledge. And they never did anything about it, though. Which, you know, there's, like, a whole thing about how Japan is kind of pro-AI. A lot of, well, Japan has moments of being pro-AI. And then, like, I know that there's some elements of Korea that are kind of pro-AI. There's a Korean YouTuber that I watch a lot of, and she's really, like, into ChatGPT and, like, generating AI shit. And every time it happens in one of her videos, I'm like, bleh! Barf! Gag! Barf! So, like, unfortunately, it's just kind of prevalent in some places. Because they don't really... I don't want to presume they don't really get it. Maybe they're just not as cognizant, or they're just choosing to not be as cognizant of what the actual harms are. But... God, it's awful. Frustrates me so much. But no, the company that made this Otome game didn't do anything, even though a bunch of people were reporting the fact that they were AI backgrounds. They decided to just leave it be, which, like, now it's backgrounds, but how soon until it becomes, like, other assets of the otome game? And a lot of people usually only buy otome games because of pretty art or because of voice actors. If either of those things get replaced with AI, it's gonna be really bad. The industry's gonna fucking plummet. And this is just about something that's personal to me, which is otome games. Imagine what it could be like for any other game form, art form, whatever. Like, do you guys remember during the Game Awards when they were advertising that one game that looked so obviously AI, but, like, everybody treated it like a super serious entry in, like, it's almost a AAA level game? No, no, no. I don't want any more of that, please. We can't keep letting these things slip through the cracks. But it sucks that it's up to the consumer to have to be super vocal and super aggressive about how they don't want these things. Because, like, eventually, not to get all, like, soapboxy about this, but it's obvious that a lot of corporations and the powers that be are trying to make us tired of having to be constantly vigilant of AI stuff. They want to bombard us with it until we get so tired of trying to fight against it that we just accept it, that we just throw our hands up and are like, all right, fuck, fine, we can't get you to stop, so I guess we'll just take it. And then it's just gonna become more and more of a norm. Until, like, the way things currently are gone forever. But it's so frustrating that it's being left to us. Like, they're purposefully taking advantage of their higher position to force these things onto us. And then no matter how much we scream and cry and beg, they think that they can keep pushing us down until we're too tired to keep screaming and crying. And it's awful. I hate it. We live in a hell world. And I really don't want things like AI to stay prevalent in, like, the art forms that I care about. But obviously, in general, I'm very anti-AI. I will be vocal about it in pretty much any capacity. I hate generative AI. I wish it all a very death. But, like, I especially hate it when it's being used in art and art forms that I like. So even though it's exhausting, even though it's exhausting to have to be so vigilant and to have to care as much as I do, I will still keep doing it because I don't want to be part of the masses that just throws our hands up into the air and gives up. Make a soundbite. No! Man. Have I told this story yet? Maybe I didn't. But when I tweeted for my birthday this year, somebody actually replied to the tweet adding Mr. Musk's bot to ask it to wish me a happy birthday. Unironically, they added the bot to get it to speak to me. So I checked my notifications on my birthday to see that fucking piece of shit garbage bot wishing me happy birthday. And I'm sure that person probably thought they were being really fucking funny by doing that. And I did call them out. I did reply back to that person, and I was like, I'm sure you think you're funny, but never at that fucking bot and have it mention my fucking name ever again. This is your only warning. I was so mad. Luckily, I was able to rein it in for, like, the majority of my birthday, but you do not understand how pissed off I was. Because that was, like, early on my birthday, too. I'm pretty sure I saw it prior to my birthday stream. So awful. Once I realized you could block that dumb bot, I did. Yeah. Unfortunately, even though you block it, it can still respond to stuff about you. It's just, it can't respond to you directly. I did block it afterwards, but I was so mad. I was so angry. I didn't think that was ever going to have to be necessary because I am pretty sure I've made my stance abundantly clear about how much I hate AI. But it's just crazy that someone would think to do that. On my birthday. The day where I am supposed to be happy to be alive. The one day of the year where Yuno Hanaki can expect to receive nice comments. And I say expect. It's not that I don't get nice comments every other day of the year, mind you. But it's the one day where I can expect some nice things to be said to me. And it gets said to me by the fucking bot. On the day of my daughter's wedding. That was literally me. I was just like, you dare do this to me on February 3rd, 2026. The day of mine birth. I was so angry. Anyway. Now I don't think anybody can get that awful bot to speak to me. You can unfortunately get it to answer questions about me. I don't want you to. But you can unfortunately get it to talk about me. It just can't reply directly to me and show up in my notifications. I was so mad. And yes, it was a lot of effort for no reason. Like, you were already replying to my tweet. You could have just said happy birthday. You didn't have to get the bot to do it. Why are you wasting your energy typing a request to the bot? I don't know. Fucking... That's the problem with people who use that fucking thing, though. They lose all their brain cells, so they're incapable of writing messages themselves. They'd rather write out a super long request than write out 3 words because they want the bot to do all the thinking for them. Those are the only people who use that stupid fucking thing anyway. I've made my point. Can you tell I'm mad? Can you tell how much I hate it? Because it sucks. It sucks so bad. I have never once used that thing. Never, ever, ever. And I never will. So that's why I was so frustrated that I saw it in my mentions, because I had never once touched it. People have not learned from Persona 5 Strikers. You think people are going to learn from anything anymore? Media literacy is already fucking in the toilet. People do not know how to engage critically with the messages that are being presented to them by games. People don't understand how to, like, comprehend a narrative. They can't look into metaphors. They need everything spelled out to them. And I think even if it's spelled out to them, there's still a chance that they'd be like, not in my world, though. Just active denial. Which is a whole other conversation. Ugh. Redeem a hydrate. I'm kind of out of water. I'm gonna have to refill. And are people getting angry at VAs and actors for things their characters did? God, the conflation between voice actors and their characters drives me crazy! Voicing a character isn't an active endorsement of the awful things that they do! Explodes. Folds into myself so much until I enter a different pocket dimension. Earth bad. Okay, you know origami, yeah. Honestly, you know Hanaki origami paper would kind of go hard. Would you fold me into paper cranes? Would you use me to make wishes? It'll probably look so pretty. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Bro, me. I'm so tired of being here. I don't know how the rest of that song goes, but that's me. I do one of those Dreamcatcher things. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I love Dreamcatchers. I would never own one, but like aesthetically they look really cool. Hell yeah. Isn't that My Immortal the song? Yeah, I think so. I just don't remember how the rest of it goes. I'm so tired of being here. Childish fear. That's the only part I know. And even then, I don't really know it. Into a paper boat and send you down a river in the rain. Yay! 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 I slowly disintegrate into the river because it's raining on top of me and it's also wet on the bottom of me. Yay! 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 One crane, one fold, Yuno into wife. One crane, one fold, Yuno into wife. Amazing. I don't know, man. The patterned origami paper just sounds kind of sick. I remembered something else I wanted to talk about. Well, she talked about it during her stream. But, Hiyori Mokami. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna have to refill my water, but let me get the link for the thing real quick. Hiyori Mokami finally posted the other voice pack I wrote for her freaking forever ago. I wrote this a long time ago. Spoilers. But she finally posted it as part of her birthday celebrations. But I wrote a script of her going with you to the zoo. And that's so sick. POV, you guys are at the zoo. And I'm glad that it's finally posted. So you should buy it. And support Hiyori Mokami for her birthday. So make sure you get it. Thank you. Also, apparently, according to some of the Mokazoku, she got really embarrassed and died of self-cringe because of how she sounds, but I think she sounds cute. Writing this script was fun. A little bit difficult, but fun. So, I hope you get it. Purchase it. Listen to it lots. Support Hiyori Mokami. But yeah, I wrote it. You can see my name there. You can see in the credits in the description of the item that I wrote it. I wrote it, me. Get it, please. I'm always so happy when the stuff that I wrote finally gets to see the light of day. I didn't know that she was planning to release it yesterday, so when I rated her and then I popped up in her stream, she was like, oh yeah, you know, I released the voice pack, and I was like, oh? And then I was like, oh, the zoo one. She wrote it her? Yeah, I wrote it me. I wrote it me. I'm really happy. I like getting to write voice packs. I am happy when people trust me to write voice pack. I work hard. Why is it versus the zoo though? Because that's what she wanted. The idea was supposed to be that, like, it's like a challenge to try and see as much of the zoo as you can with her over the course of a day. No matter what holdups you may have. The idea is supposed to be that this date is like one that's been promised for a long time, kind of. I'm trying to remember what I wrote. It's been a hot minute. But I'm trying to... I think the vague instructions I was given was like a promised date and then have it like be like super jam-packed with activities. So it's super energetic, and there's just like a lot of stuff to do because you want to be able to see as many of the animals as possible. You want to like basically be there from opening to closing. And there's like, you know, the trials and tribulations of following after a hyperactive girl like Hiyori Mokami. She's not fighting the animals? No. Very funny, but no, she's not fighting the animals. It's versus the zoo in that the challenge is to try and see as much of the zoo as you can before it closes. And before, like, disaster strikes. Hiyori walks into Yuno's delayed cringe singularity. It's super effective. Hiyori folds into a very cute black hole. She's cute. Cuter than Yuno Hanaki. I don't think there's a reason she needs to cringe. She's a really good voice actress. And honestly, I do give her sometimes very difficult scripts, so the fact that she is still able to pull them off, she needs to give herself more credit. Because lest we forget, another script that I wrote for her was like, super like in-depth Hiyori Mokami struggling to come to terms with the idea of being a guild leader type character, and I made her have like this really crazy complex in the like made-up fantasy lore world of that particular voice pack, and I was like, I am so sorry, Hiyori, this one kind of got away from me. If you think that this is too much, let me know. You can dial it back. And she was like, no, this is perfect. So I do give her some pretty difficult tasks sometimes with these voice packs, because I just get really inspired and I lock in. Hiyori visits the zoo? No, versus the zoo. Yeah, no! It's Hiyori Mokami versus the zoo, and then you're also there. She's taking on the zoo with you. The naming makes sense. You guys just have to open your eyes and perceive, and then you'll get it. Or maybe you should just purchase the voice pack and listen to it, and then you'll get it. Easy. So true. Yeah. Hold up, her writing is this fire? Yeah. I hope I can write more voice packs. I love writing voice packs. I like writing scripts. I like writing everything, to be honest. I love writing. As much as I complain about it during the process, I do really love writing, and I love seeing the results of my writing. But you guys really should support Hiyori if you can. If you are able. The voice pack is affordable. Purchase it, please. Because in the end, you're also kind of supporting me. I don't see any of the profits, but... you are supporting me because I wrote it. Writer likes writing. I know! More news at 11. In the end, I do like it a lot, and it makes me happy. I'd love to get to do, like, really big lore projects for VTubers someday. I know most VTubers eventually get to a point where they try to write their own scripts, but as somebody who studied writing, I'm always like, please let me do it. Please let me do it. I'll make the story so fire, trust me. But I'd love to do like a really big lore project someday. Super lore heavy voice packs. Not even just for me, mind you. I'd like to write it for other VTubers. I get excited writing for other people often more than I do for myself. Not that I don't like writing for myself, because I do. But I get more excited for the projects I do for others. You know, begging to use her actual resume skills. Well... Oh, right. I said I was gonna go get water. I will tell this story when I come back, then. Don't let me forget. But I gotta go get water. I'm gonna die. Where the frick is my mic source? There it is. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Now I can actually follow this hydrate. And I'll also do the stretch. Rolled my shoulders a little bit. That felt nice. Anyway, hello. Hello, hi. So what's the story? Right. So one of the things that Kawaii / management, there were 2 opportunities that I almost would have had in Kawaii that had been like discussed as something that we were going to make happen right around the time we also ended up finding out about the explosion. So obviously those things were immediately halted. Technically 3, but I'm only talking about 2 of them. The third one is not really a story that I think I can tell publicly. The other 2 though, I can at least allude to. The first one was that the suits were considering ways for me to do more writing, like for projects outside of Kawaii. And part of that was that management was going to help me set up writing commissions, and they were going to kind of serve as like the main liaisons between me and clients. And they were basically going to come to me with like whatever the clients asked for. I would write the thing and then they'd be in charge of the delivery. And there were some negotiations about like pay split in that regard, but they were basically going to help manage the commissions for me so that I could have another income source. So that was really close to happening. Because related to what we were talking about is using the skills that were on my resume to actually try and like make more content and like do more stuff that was more in line with like what I actually know how to do and am good at, which is a lot of writing and editing and stuff. So I was close to having someone to help me manage commissions, which would have been really amazing. Because right now, the main thing that makes me nervous about opening public commissions is the idea of having to be, like, fully self-managing. Right now, commissions are kind of open to, like, friends and mutuals. They're not, like, fully public, but if you are a friend, or if you are a mutual and you like what I do, then I will probably, like, give you a loose rate. But I don't take a bunch of commissions at once. At least not like how I did when I was in Kawaii. When I was in Kawaii, I was working on multiple projects for multiple people at the same time. But yeah, no friends in this chat. Only ops. You guys are my ops, so you don't count. Anyway. But like, I had a bunch of commissions coming in specifically to work with like Kawaii talents and to like do stuff for Kawaii projects. And those were thus being managed internally with my manager. And then I was also able to keep track of it a little bit more because it was with people that I was already like working with and interfacing with regularly. But there were talks of eventually setting it up so that I could start getting like jobs from other places within, like from the suits. And then also eventually, I think they wanted to make it so that I could have my services be extended to other, like I think VTubers and other agencies at the time, was like the thought pattern. And then there was one other like project that hadn't really gotten past like a suggestion stage, but they were considering having me be part of it in that, I can't say too much about this really, but it was going to be another VTuber project that the suits were gonna, that the suits were considering starting, and they wanted to have somebody on staff to like write for them, like for that project. and they were thinking about having me do it. Because I had already been writing voice packs for the other talents in Kawaii. So they were thinking about having me just be like the staff writer for that project. And, you know, obviously, with the explosion, that project no longer continued forward. But I think a lot about how I almost had, like, what would have been a dream job, which would have been being a full-time talent for Kawaii, and then also being able to work as a staff writer for both Kawaii and for that other project, while also being able to get additional outside work. That would have had to go through management, and thus I wouldn't have earned, like, 100%. They would have been taking a cut because they were managing the queue for me, or would have been managing the queue for me, but I honestly would have taken it. So sometimes I get really sad when I think about where I could have been, what could have occurred. It was really close. They talked about it quite a bit, and I had started to, like, get excited. But like with most things that I get excited about when I think that an opportunity is about to come, it gets taken from me. Happens more than I would like to admit. Pretty much any time I get excited about something or I think I'm really close to something, it's gone. And it just makes me a little sad. I know I mention missing Kawaii every now and again. And like it's still true. But man, my life would have been so fucking different if Kawaii was still active. And it probably wouldn't be this hard anymore. The entire VTuber sphere is practically characterized by tragedy. I mean, I don't know if I would say that. I don't want to look at it too negatively. You're right that a lot of bad things have happened, but I think overall VTubers are still a fairly positive addition to the world. At least in my opinion. But maybe I'm biased because I am VTubers. If there was a bag that's been fumbled, that's the one. Yeah. I would agree with that much, at least. I really think that... I think that we were blown up before we really had a chance to, like, try more things. Or, like, do more. We had a lot of ambitions, but a lot of it was just snuffed out before it could really, like, come to fruition. And I'm sure there's probably a lot of other girls and, like, other talents who have their own stories of, like, the things that could have been under the suits. And a lot of things were, like, offered, and a lot of things were in the process of negotiation. But then it was the rug was just kind of, like, pulled out from under us when we were just trying to find our footing on it. So I get sad about the what could have beens sometimes. Obviously, I'm still very happy where I am right now. There are some benefits to being indie, but I still can't help but miss what could have been. And I guess I've just been thinking about that a lot more lately. I've been doing a lot of, like, research on myself and, like, my growth over the course of the years that I've been active, and so I've been watching some old streams, and I've been comparing to, like, newer stuff. And not to sound like a jaded old lady, but the Yuno Hanaki of the past had so much optimism and whimsy. There was a stream that I was watching. It was an old fictitious Friday, and in that stream, I talked about earning money to move out. That Yuno Hanaki was talking about using her VTuber earnings to move out. Because she thought she'd be able to afford it if she saved up over a few months. Because she didn't have expenses. She didn't have a dead mom, among other things. Joke, 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 joke. Lighthearted, lighthearted, lighthearted. Sweet summer child. She had a big storm coming. I think that stream was from May 2024. So that was about 2 years ago now. She did not know. She was not made aware of the horrors. But no, I've been thinking a lot about the what could have beens, and I've been thinking a lot about the past and like comparing it to where I'm at right now, which has been an adventure for sure. I really do think I changed on a fundamental level after everything that happened in October 2024. All of the whimsy just drained from my person. Well, I still have some moments of whimsy. The whimsy just looks very different now compared to before. A lot of the optimism is definitely gone. It's very interesting to see. It hasn't been that long, has it? Oh no, it has. Unfortunately, it has. Real and valid, to be fair. Yeah. But hey, you're Orpal now. Yeah, that's the thing. As happy as I might have been if things with Kawaii didn't explode, I think there are still some things I would have been frustrated about. For example, the fact that I'd still be fucking green. And I'd probably be stuck being green forever. And the fact that I'd be stuck being Japanese coded forever. There'd probably still be some things that were frustrating. You have fingernails too now and a mama. That's also true. If Kawaii was still here, I would have had to live my life with no nails. No fingernails, no toenails. Trapped in a green Japanese Oni body. I did like the green though. I know, I'm teasing about the green. The only thing I didn't like about being green was that management used to say that I probably would never be able to change my color. Even though other talents at the agency had changed colors in some capacity with later outfits. I had always been told that if I wanted to change color, I would have had to keep green still. And I was like,
but what if I want to be different? What if I want to change it up sometimes?
It's not even like I would have fully retired the green model. It's just I wanted to have options, but management was like, no, you're probably gonna have to stay green because that's your color. And I was just like, but why? Just join Char's union and you'll be any color you want. No, Charlotte was one of the people who was like,
don't let them win, you know. Tell them what you want. You can make whatever decision you want about your character. It doesn't have to be lore relevant. Do what makes you happy.
Not literally like that, but something kind of like that. They make changing color sound like dyeing your hair blonde. Well, it makes sense in theory because a lot of it's supposed to be like, you don't want to change too much of your core color because it's like part of your brand for your like social media presence. So you don't want to look too drastically different from the character that you were, like, initially assigned. At least was what they were trying to tell me back then. But then, you know, I look at examples in some corpo VTubers now where they, like, completely change their base hair color and they, like, change their entire vibe up to something different and they don't get in trouble for that at all. And I'm just like, well... Well, what do you think they would have said to me after this happened? I would have come to them with images of this VTuber's new outfit and hair color and I would have been like, Why not me? Why not me too also? And it would have been pretty funny. Which is funny because if you look at Isla's second outfit or Nami's second outfit, yeah, but they didn't really change their hair colors, like, formally, though. They changed their outfits like vibes, but they didn't really formally change hair color. Hair color was the bigger complaint that management had. Like, you could change the outfit color, but they really didn't want you changing hair color. They didn't want you changing what would be considered, like, core to the, like, base model. Well, I should say that they were okay with changing outfit concepts for everybody else, but apparently they were really insistent that me and Kaya stay Japanese. They really wanted me and Kaya to stay Japanese. That was like something they insisted upon with a lot of the stuff we ever discussed with them when it came to, like, outfits and the like. I demand that Kohaku-sensei be my mama because I am an orphan. Nah, they wouldn't let me change mamas. I think if anything, they might have let Sumeragi-sensei draw a new outfit for me if they couldn't get in contact with my first mama. But I don't think they would have let Sumeragi be, like, my full new parent. Like, I wouldn't have been able to get a full base model from them. But I had been planning to ask if I could get, like, a new outfit and a key visual from them back then. When I was working my way towards earning an outfit. And then again, when I brought up the ideas I had for the outfit, that was what I was told. You're probably not gonna be allowed to do anything that's not Japanese coded. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Rah, rah, rah. I was so frustrated. Not that I don't like the Japanese aesthetic, but I didn't want to be stuck with it forever. I wanted to have some variety. Didn't your first mama have a bad time with your design and rage quit drawing female VTuber models? No. My first mama, I was their first and I believe only VTuber kid. And they never announced my presence to their fans, like on their Twitter. They retweeted one tweet that mentioned, like, our relay dates, like our debut relay dates, but they did not specify which child was theirs. And they never retweeted anything with me in it after that. Like, they never retweeted my official post of, like, my key visual and my ref sheet, even though I tagged them in it. They never replied to any of my posts. Not that they really had to. But even when I reached out to them, they didn't really act like I was their VTuber kid. I don't think they had ever drawn a VTuber child before they drew me. And in some ways, it did kind of show in the model. Like, I don't think that my model was bad quality. I think my model looked very pretty. Especially for the standards of the time that I debuted, I think that my model looked quite nice. But there were definitely things wrong that couldn't really be fixed. And there was also a whole debacle with my key visual where they had to completely revamp it because management had them change the direction of the character. Which unfortunately, I think happened a lot. Not just with me. I think there were a lot of times where management wouldn't really know how to communicate what they wanted to the artists that they were trying to commission. And they were just kind of going for artists that they just liked the base art of. They didn't look for if any of them had drawn VTubers before. They kind of just looked for big following and if art pretty. And then they would just ask if they'd be willing to try drawing a VTuber. I didn't know art mamas could do the equivalent of going out to buy milk. It is especially the case if you are a gaijin child with a foreign mama. My mama's Korean. my old mama, 1.0 mama was Korean. So that was already interesting. Korean artist drawing for a Japanese company for an English-speaking child. So there's no way they were ever gonna watch me because they don't know English. I think they knew just enough Japanese to be able to handle business, but their primary language is Korean. So I already was like doomed from the start. But a lot of VTuber artists, they don't usually interact with their kids. At least it's not the same kind of vibe in the West as it is in the West with like Western artists and their kids. I feel like they're more likely to be super excited about their kids, and interact with them and stuff, probably because they know the language and such. But there's usually like a big language barrier if you're getting a artist that is not English speaking. But I do also think part of the problem, too, can sometimes be, like, if the commissions don't go well, because some artists have very high standards and very specific, like, views in mind of what they want. And it can sometimes be hard for them to follow more specific instructions when it comes to getting commissioned for a VTuber character for, like, an agency that has a specific image in mind. And, like, what was said in chat, oiran, but no. I was based off of, like, the idea of, like, a formal oiran and a maiko, and the initial design that 1.0 Mama made was much more mature. Bigger boobs, taller-looking model, more mature-looking face. I looked more One-san, and initially a lot of my characterization for her was going to be a lot more One-san, because of that. But I saw the model, and the model was drawn in, like, a completely different, like, more cutesy-ish style. Like, she looked like she was made smaller and kind of more moe. And it looked very different from the key visual. The key visual was, like, almost entirely different from how the model looked. And I was like, is this... I actually had a bit of a concern, and I had to ask Kaya back then if she thought it might be AI, because it looked so different from how the model looked that I wasn't sure if it was the same character. And she reassured me that it wasn't, but there were also just overall some, like, issues with the art. And then when I finally joined the corporate Slack for the company, the same night they also sent me the new key visual, which was updated to match the model design, and that's when she looked smaller. She also did not have exposed boobies. I used to have exposed boobies on 1.0, or well, not fully exposed, but like more of a deep V. They gave her another layer when they asked for the changes, and they made her cover up. But she was more oiran coded in her initial design. And my whole intention for her was like completely different then, because of how she had looked in the key visual. But once they changed it, I was like, oh, she's moe-er. Not the lost exposed booba. I did actually have one chibi art that was based off of the old key visual that didn't get updated. Everything else did have to get changed though. We got wife, so fair trade.
I suppose so.
But the thing is, like, I think that part of why 1.0 Mama didn't want to engage as much is just that, like, I hear that artists get really frustrated if you ask for too many changes. And because I think management might not have been super clear about what they wanted when it came to 1.0 Yuno's design, I think that it might have made the artists upset because they had a very specific vision, and then they had to basically completely rework it to make her look cuter instead of the more One-san design they had initially intended. And I think that might have frustrated them, so they just kind of peace sign faded out after they finished the work. There's an alternate reality where we have lewd Yuno. Well, not lewd, because I still would have worked for production Kawaii, so I couldn't have been that lewd. But there is an alternate reality where the voice that I used was more airy and soft, and I had more of that, like, kind of sensual vibe. I've done the voice on stream before, that I initially had in mind for Yuno.
She sounded a little bit more like this. Oh, Hanaki, did you know that our souls are connected by fate? Something more like that. A little bit airier, a little quieter. A little bit more intention behind every word. This would have been interesting to try and maintain for gaming streams, but at least for Zatsu's, this probably would have been more consistent. I also probably would have done a little bit more ASMR and a little bit more direct voice acting. So you would have gotten more of this.
Sounds beautiful, thank you. But then they changed how she looked, and because she looked a little bit cuter, I tried to go for, like, slightly more Genki energy. Would she be able to keep it up while Damadachi's rage baited her? Well, look at it this way. If you didn't get baby Yuno during debut time and you instead got One-san looking Yuno, I don't think you guys would have tried to bully me. I don't think you would have rage baited me in the same capacity. I just don't think that would have happened. I think it would have just been a much more well-behaved chat from the beginning. Zatsu's for the public, Gremlin for members games. True. Members games probably would have been a little bit more unhinged. Members content in general probably would have been more low-key. We'd have let you bully us instead. Probably. But no, like, I had a vision when I saw the key visual and everything. I knew how I was going to have her look, but then I saw the model looked different, and I was like, huh? And then they gave me the new key visual, and I was like, oh, she's cuter. Okay, never mind. Toss that out. New plan. Because I'm good at building characters based on how they look. Yuno chose to be bullied over be the bully. Well, 1.0 just looked like she needed to be a little bit of a dork. She looked like she needed to be small and cute. All the optimism isn't gone from you yet. You think there's a universe where we aren't bullying you? Let's be real. I don't think you guys would have been my fans then, if you were looking for someone that you could bully. Because I see the way other people's chats treat them. And it's even with people that act similar to me, and I don't see any bullying happen over there. And that could also just be because you guys aren't there. I think the problem is that you guys are specifically looking for people that you want to bully. And if I came out with that more mature vibe, I don't think you would have chosen me. I think you probably would have gone for Kaya, because Kaya always had her bratty energy. How dare you think I didn't fall in love with your voice during the first promo? I'm appalled. That's how I know you don't mean it, because our trailers didn't have voice lines in them. My voice was not heard until my debut stream. Interesting. God, in 4K. I mean, it was something we were frustrated about. We wanted to like tease our voices way sooner, but management was very insistent that we not show our voices until the debut streams. I fell in love with the shorts, so you had me either way. I mean, a lot of my shorts were Vine jokes. Vine and shorts can be interchangeable there. I didn't know what else to reference. All of my references came from Vines. I was like, I don't know what to do. Ugh. I did my best. But yeah, they were very adamant that we not do anything with our voices until our debut streams. Which pissed me off so bad because I wrote cool debut trailer lines for us. But management was like, yeah, no, we're not showing your voices until your stream. And we were like, why? That would have been so cool. That would have been so sick. Shaking my dang head. I'm remembering Twitter post. Twitter post as in like... Well, either way, we still didn't have our voices there. Because we couldn't even do voice tweets. The way you tweeted? Ah, the emoji tweets. Fair enough. The rewatch of debut at the octave switch for Bustafillos was quite nice. Be nice! My voice did change a little bit, I won't deny that. It also changed when I talked about Tails. Very true. That did indeed happen. I feel like not revealing the voice pre-debut is the corpo norm nowadays. I think it depends. I do think they've gotten a bit better at it, or if they do have a pre-debut like voice clip, they obscure it. They like edit the audio to specifically make it sound worse because they don't want to reveal what that person actually sounds like in their proper setup. So they kind of like make it sound more like crunchy or jarbly-doodly-doo. You could practically make a meme about how all VTuber voices start off higher before dropping with time. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. My voice was high though because I was excited. That wasn't like a planned character voice. I was excited and I was nervous, so my voice came out a lot higher. And then my true voice came out when I talked about my favorite things because I was more comfortable talking about that. And then the more I calmed down, the easier it was to sound more normal. But I was excited and I was nervous. And when I'm excited and nervous, that's why my voice gets so high. You can tell because it still happens now when I get rated by people because I'm not used to getting rated anymore. So I always get so nervous and I don't know what to do and my voice gets really high. And the same thing during like events and stuff. My voice gets really high and nervous and I'm just like, oh gosh, oh hi, hello, ha 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 ha. Like that's what I sound like the whole time. So that's just kind of how my voice turns out. That's just my voice. I can't help it. If anything, the fact that I sounded like that on debut is why I didn't have a planned voice for 1.0 Yuno. My initial plan that got crushed with the design change, I was like, I probably would have had a more solid, like, consistent tone, because it would have given me something to focus on. But, you know. That explains why sometimes when I'm listening to stream audio, you sound unrecognizable. I mean, I also just like to make my voice pitch fluctuate because I think it's funny. If you're talking about, like, the average Yuno stream. I do a lot of pitch fluctuation because I'm capable of it and I think it's funny. And my voice is also slightly up and elevated so that I sound more energetic throughout a stream. I still don't think I sound as energetic as maybe the average VTuber. I still think my energy is pretty low-key, but I do try to keep my overall vocal energy up. Oni range is wide. Oni range is wide and vast. I'm capable of many things. High-pitched girls, lower-pitched girls, nerds, shonen boys, shonen protagonists specifically. I can't really do an old lady voice. At least not yet. But yeah. A true lover of women, so much so she became whatever women she wanted. Exactly. Exactly, dude. I'm sure nerd comes naturally to you. Shut up. Shut up. Everybody's so mean to me. I like your energy as you stream during the night. It's not high energy or erratic, so I can relax. I mean, I think there's a market for that, truly. That was something I mentioned when I auditioned, even. I was just like, look, man, there's a lot of people who do high energy at all times, and I think that that's great. But, that's not me. And I think that there's a market for people that are much lower energy. Let me fill that market. Let me fill that niche. I got it on lock. I'm so chill. And, like, I do get passionate about stuff and yap a lot, but I think that overall if you had to gauge, like, the ebbs and flows of a Yuno Hanaki stream, I think that it's still generally on the lower end. It's more of a rest stop before you go to a more hyperactive stream, should that be your desire. Shut up, she whimpers as she regresses to the cafeteria lunchroom. Nah, I was never bullied. At least not in, like, the classroom. Not in the cafeteria. I was a very quiet kid. Yes, I was a nerd, but I was very, very quiet. I was the kid that, of all the nerds, the popular kids were most tolerant of me just because I was quiet. Every other friend I had was nerd and loud. I was nerd and quiet. So, most of the popular kids either didn't know I existed or tolerated me because I was quiet all the time. I think I've mentioned this before too, but I was also used in a lot of those situations where the teacher would make the noisy kids sit with one quiet kid at the table in hopes that it would get them to stop talking. And all it would do is cause the three of them to talk a lot, and then I would just be sitting here. I'd just be sitting there, like, listening and nodding and not really saying anything. Yeah, no, it never worked. However, I did manage to get all of their grades up, and they would actually, like, start to trust me with their work a lot of the time. And the one time it did benefit is a time where I was getting made fun of during a math class. For being a nerd, or like for something I did or said. I truly don't remember. But one of those people that I had been forced to sit next to because they were trying to get the noisy kid to shut up, he ended up really taking a liking to me, I guess, as like a friend because I was helping him with his work and I helped him get his grade up. And then he turned to this guy who was making fun of me and he was like, dude, she's kind of chill. Leave her alone. And he was like, sorry about that. And I was like, oh, thanks. Because I didn't expect that to happen. I was like, oh. You're what? It. I didn't know what to do. It broke my brain. Bro got recruited. Don't you bully our puntable? Yeah, basically, they were like, hey man, she's not that bad. She's actually kind of chill. And I was like, okay, sure. I'm just playing Love Live under my desk. I've got my phone under my desk and I'm playing Love Live. I'm truly not doing anything to anybody. look at this purple nerd. No, bro, she's cool. She's the nerd silencer. She wrangles the loud one. Yeah, something like that. It's like in GTA when you get the plus respect. Yeah, I guess that's what I earned. Sure. Making sitting next to a specific student as punishment is so messed up. What the heck, teach? That's actually very common in a lot of, like, middle and high school systems. They think that the best way to get somebody to chill out is to pair them with the quiet one. And it'll get them to stop talking because they aren't getting engagement back. But it never worked, especially because it would be like, there was one time it was literally 3 loud people, class clown types, and then me. So it was just me surrounded by 3 class clowns, and I couldn't read in peace because they were all yapping. And I was just like, oh my god, shut up, shut up. Going crazy, going stupid. Yeah, exactly. If you want them to stop talking, you have to put them with 3 quiet ones. I see the reasoning, but it's just torture for the quiet kid and never works. Exactly. But no, I was unfortunately that quiet kid in every single class. Because I was quiet all the time. I was either reading, writing fanfiction in my notebook, or on my phone reading fanfic. Or, as was the case during, like, the later parts of my school years, playing Love Live under my desk. Playing a rhythm game with my phone muted. Just going off of tap taps and vibes. But I mean, the one benefit then, like I said, is that I never really got directly bullied. If anyone tried to make fun of me, a lot of times the few popular kids that I had become friends with through being assigned to them, they were just like, yo, leave her alone. So I was never really directly bullied for being a nerd. I was friends with a lot of other nerds who were actively bullied, though. Which always left me in kind of a weird spot, because I'd be like, well, I am also a nerd, but I am apparently one of the good ones, because they do not bully me. However, my friends are being bullied by the same people that are nice to me, so I do not know what I am supposed to do. I do not know what I am supposed to do or feel. I think the answer is bad. I just don't know in what direction. Quietness lets her fly under the radar. Yeah, I pretty much avoided detection. I was not a particularly special student. I was not a particularly good student. I wasn't really a bad student. I was quiet, so I probably wasn't even remembered by a lot of my teachers. I was not a very sociable student. I was just there a lot of the time. Is it normal to get detention? I don't think so. I only ever had, like, lunch detention. In that I would have to go sit in a classroom during my lunch break and eat my lunch there instead of eating with everybody else. I don't think I ever got an after-school detention. Not that I can remember. I was a quiet C kid, very valid. I was mostly A's and B's, I think. In terms of grades, I got a couple of C's. And then there were some classes that I was just really bad at, that I, like, barely passed. All of them were sciences. I don't want to talk about it. I was really bad at science. I don't want to talk about it. I was a chameleon, don't think the teachers appreciated that. Ah, fair, fair. Blending into whatever group you were assigned to. I had average grades, but I helped tutor my friends who went on to get much higher scores. Well, hell yeah. It's different when you're helping other people. always got really good grades in, like, English and language arts type classes. So I was really good at helping people with their book reports and helping people, like, understand how to answer the questions on the worksheets about the chapters we were supposed to read. Also, vocab tests, really good at helping people study for a vocab test. History, I mean, social studies, I was mostly just good at, like, doing my part for projects. That's all they really cared about there. Math, I was okay. Math, I was pretty decent. Science, no. Science, I'm die. Never make me do science. The high school bio teacher made the mistake of saying the midterm had never been A'd. Pretty sure 3 of us answered that. Oh, look at you, smarty pants. I would have been one of those people that failed. And I would have just been like, oh, science bad. Science so bad. I liked math, though. Math was just kind of relaxing for me to do, which I know is kind of funny to say as somebody who is primarily like an arts and humanities person. But I really liked math. And I've brought this up before every time I talk about my like of math, but I liked math so much, I took 2 math courses my senior year of high school. I took stats and I took algebra 3. Because I liked math so much. And it was also because that way my schedule made it so that I could leave school at 11 a.m. Show up at school at like 7 for classes to start at 7:30 a.m. and then I get to leave by 11 because all my classes are done by then. So I was like, see ya. Technically, well, okay. It's because I also ended up at the morning lunch, which is like super early, and I could just leave. I was told by the guidance counselor and by like a lot of the other staff that I didn't have to stay for lunch if I didn't want to. I did just because I had to wait for Onimama to come pick me up, but I would just hang out for lunch and then I'd immediately get to go home, and everybody else had to stay for the rest of school. Ha ha ha. I get to just leave first thing in the morning. It was worth it. I was one of, like, I think 3 people, maybe, that chose early dismissal. Because as seniors, we could choose to either have late arrival, which would mean you don't have to come to school until, like, 9 or 10. Or early dismissal, which would mean you could get out early. And I chose to get out early. I was like, goodbye, losers. I want to have the rest of the day to myself. That ended up being my MO for college as well. I usually was choosing morning classes if I could. Although unfortunately in the writing program, most if not all classes were afternoon into evening or evening into late night. So I did have a lot of evening and late nights, but when I could, I chose a morning class so I could be like, I'm not doing anything else. I will get up early and handle this morning bullshit just because that means I could go home and have the rest of the day to me. Loves math, hates girl math. Well, honestly, I don't remember a lot of math from high school now. I only had to take 1 math course in college, and I took it the first semester of my freshman year. So I haven't been in a math class for a very, 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 very long time. So, yeah. Only way to get out early for my school was OJT, on-the-job training, aka get a job. Fair. Well, that's why what I mean when I say, like, late arrival was the thing that was chosen the most often, because people were willing to, like, sleep in and then just spend the rest of the day at school. And they also did it for clubs. I basically gave up all of my clubs in order to be able to go home early. I used to be super involved in clubs my freshman and sophomore year. My junior year, I was in a few, like, leadership positions in clubs because I had been in clubs the prior 2. But I didn't like it. And then I didn't want to continue to have responsibility my senior year because I didn't like being in the responsibility positions. And I was like, what if I just don't go have clubs? What if I just become part of the going home club? And that's what I did. Leader Yuno, yes. You will not be surprised, but I was treasurer of my school's speech and debate team. And I was president of the LGBTQ club. Pretend to be shocked! Act like that's the most shocking thing you've ever heard. What? During Pride Month? Crazy. Oh my god, whoa, what? No way. Yeah. Little likes girls? What? Least surprising thing I've ever heard about Yuno. I told you to act surprised! Fell to my knees at the gay parade. But yeah, no, I was president of that club for 2 years, actually. I was just an ordinary member freshman year. Then the club basically lost a lot of its members my sophomore year, so it was me who had to take over because I was one of the only, like, non-freshmen. So I was leader there for 2 years. My surprised faces in the shop hit me up next week. Okay, I'll try to remember. She likes girls, we like girls. Rainbow flag emoji? You? During Pride? Yeah. But yeah, I was leader for 2 years. And I technically was supposed to still be leader senior year, but because if I wanted to go home... So the way it worked for early dismissal, which is the reason why I had to give up my clubs, is because if I left... Okay. If my school time ended at like 11 a.m., technically, because that was when my lunch was, I was not allowed to stay on campus the rest of the day, not in class. Because they were weird about that kind of thing. They didn't really want us to be, like, loitering. And the only way that I'd be able to make it back to school for club would be if I loitered on campus, like, on the property. And I didn't have anywhere else I could go during the, like, several hours I would have had to wait for school to end so that I could come back for clubs. So I basically was like, SOL. I didn't live close enough to campus to warrant, like, walking back to campus for club stuff. Because then at that point, I would only be going home for, like, 2 or 3 hours before school ended, and then I'd have to go back to campus to do my club stuff. And then figure out a way back home after club. So I was like, that just sounds like a lot of work. That just sounds like too much work. So I did not renew my positions in any of the clubs. I tried to initially, but after they got on my case about the loitering, I was like, well, I really don't have anything else I could do. Should probably just go home. So I had to give up my clubs. I did not continue speech and debate, and I did not continue being in charge of the LGBTQIA+ club. It's okay, I left them in good hands. Life pre-smartphone was rough. No, see, the thing is, I did have a smartphone, but I didn't have a car. I think if I had my own car, like most seniors were supposed to have, I probably would have been able to go back and forth without too much issue. But the school was very adamant about no loitering. LGBTQAI? No, IA. I wish I had that option. 2 senior-only classes, period 1 and period the last one. A giant donut hole of study hall each day in the middle. Ah, that's so bad. Yeah, no, I was very lucky that I could get my schedule to work the way it did. And the way that I got it to work the way it did was to take the 2 math classes. So I was like, well, works for me. Yippee! was in, like, multiple AP classes as well. So there was one time I did have to stay after school, and it was to take AP tests. Me taking AP tests. But I passed them, and it meant I got out of some really annoying, core classes when I went to college, so worth it. But yeah. My senior year schedule was a pretty lucky one. I liked it. Dodging math in college by taking AP Calculus was a blessing. I wasn't smart enough for AP Calc. I was in... Well, at least senior year, it was AP Gov, which was AP government, like, studies, which was like a social studies, government science. AP Lang, which was language and composition. I don't think I was in AP Stats. I don't think so. And I know I took forensic science as my science course. Because after you finish your, like, core sciences for the first 3 years, your senior year science class, you could either choose an AP class or you could choose one of the more elective sciences. I don't remember what the other option for elective science was, but I heard forensic science and I was like, oh, that's cool. So I chose that one. Where I am, we only had a chance to take one off block of 4 in a day in 11th and 12th grades. So in 11th grade, I had an extra long lunch. In 12th, I could come late every other day. That's fair. I mean, I think that the Onigashima school district wasn't that big on more serious education. I think. But it was an option, like, because we worked hard for the first 3 years, it was an option extended to all seniors to either have late arrival or early dismissal. And like I said, most people chose late arrival so they could keep doing their clubs. But I wanted early dismissal because my schedule just worked out so perfectly to leave hella early. And I was one of those people who didn't mind showing up to school super early in the morning. So I was like, yippee, yippee. The only one that was inconvenienced really was Onimama, because she had to use her lunch breaks at work to pick me up from school to take me home. And then I would just go hang out at home for, like, the rest of the day because Onimama wouldn't get out of work until 5. So I'd be at home alone by myself, like, yippee. Not that I really did anything. I mostly just had a proper lunch, did some homework, took a nap, hung out on my computer. Well, my laptop at the time, because that was when I didn't have a proper PC setup. That was all. I'd choose early dismissal if I could too. Those are just where my empty blocks ended up. You didn't get a choice. Yeah, that's very fair. I think you had to assign your schedule around which you preferred based on the classes that were available. Proper lunch as opposed to school slop? Yeah. Because there wasn't really a point in me, like, packing a lunch. I used to be, like, a lunch packer when it came to having lunch at school. I would only very occasionally buy lunch, and that was only for, like, the more junk food options. So instead of, like, buying lunch, I would pack a lunch, but there's no point in packing a lunch if I'm just gonna go home right after lunch is over. So I would just I would sometimes get food on campus because I was having lunch with my friends. But for the most part, I just wouldn't eat. I would just hang out and talk to my friends, and then as soon as lunch was over, I'd be like, okay, bye, and then I'd leave campus to get in my mom's car and go home. AP credits on offer 0, but my college calculus 1 was a review of high school, same for chem 1 and bio 1, basically writing 1 as well. Freshman spring started to go beyond. You still probably could have tested out though, right? Even if you didn't have the AP credit to automatically get out of them. That's what I probably would have done. But yeah, my AP credits got me out of necessary humanities credits, and unnecessary and the writing credits. Obviously, because I was also going to school for writing. So I didn't have to take the, like, basic writing class. Although, my freshman year, they still made us take this class that was specifically for freshmen, where they just had you write, like, high school level essays. And I was so pissed off because I felt like I didn't need to be there, but it was a requirement for freshmen. And then, of course, the year after us, those freshmen didn't have to take that course anymore. They realized the issue with that fucking class, and that it was so redundant. Thank God. I'm glad no one else had to suffer, I guess. But we had to take that for the first semester. It was, like, mandatory. And it was such a dumb class. It was so basic. It was all stuff I had already done in, like, my sophomore year of high school. So I was like, ew. This sucks. I shouldn't have to be here. But I still had to take science and math. I had to take 1 credit of a math class. But because I went to an arts college, it was literally called Liberal Arts Mathematics. So it was basically all just story problems. It wasn't really learning, like, equations, really. It was basically just stats again, and, like, primarily focused on, like, story problems with math. And then I believe I had to take 2 science credits, one that had a lab component and one that was a lecture. So what I ended up doing was, I believe I chose like I don't think it was necessarily like a chemistry course, but it was a course that had like a chem lab element to it. And then my other science course was science in fiction and film. So it was literally a class where you would go watch a movie, the whole class, and then you would have to like write a paper on the elements of science that were mentioned in the movie. Which meant it was a fucking joke because one of the movies we had to watch was Jurassic Park. So, you know, again, arts college. This is how they approach core subjects. Because this is an arts college and most of the people that are there don't really care about core subjects. So, you know, I had to write an essay about Jurassic Park. Ooh, science credit. So dumb. I was gonna joke and say Back to the Future, but Jurassic Park ain't far off. Yeah, no, it was Jurassic Park, specifically. Sure was a class. Gene therapy and cloning or something. Yeah, I don't really remember. Because that was another class that I took my sophomore year. My second year of college. I took all of my like core classes as soon as I could because I wanted to go all in on writing as much as possible. And I didn't want to waste too much time on my core courses. So that was when I finished quick. Should have done Star Wars and do a paper on mass shadows and hyperspace lane theory. Well, I actually did have to watch Star Wars my freshman year. Because that one was for a fiction and film course, which was basically the same thing, where we watched movies and we had to talk about how they approached telling stories. Like how the medium of film allows for certain narratives to come across in XYZ fashion. And so we watched the OG Star Wars, the one before they decided to make it a franchise. And, you know, there were some other movies we watched in that class too, but... The trilogy? No. This Star Wars was before they decided to make it a trilogy. It was the very first one. Did you watch the Marvel known as the B movie? No. We watched... A New Hope. It didn't have a subtitle. It was literally just Star Wars. The very, very first one. I guess it later would go on to become A New Hope. But it was the very, very, very first one, before it was ever going to become a thing. He stressed that to us during that course. I saw a good paper on Star Wars and mythological heroic archetype. Yeah! That was one of the things we talked about. That was great works. Theme was the idea of the hero in fiction through history, all booked until the end, ended with Clint Eastwood in Unforgiven. Ah! Fascinating. There were some pretty cool courses that school offered. As much as I make fun of what they did for the core classes, there were some cool courses and really cool electives. You know what you need to see? A Neil Breen movie, such a marvel of dialogue and cinematography. I've seen people review Neil Breen movies. I've never watched one all the way through myself. Would surely be a venture. It's cool to roast college now, but I liked learning. I was one of those people who genuinely would have been interested in the idea of becoming like a professional student, where it was like my job to sit in on classes and just like learn stuff and make sure that the curriculum works well and things like that. I love learning. That's why I'm still constantly thinking about the possibility of going into grad school. Or actually getting my PhD, so that PhD is no longer just her name, but is an actual fact about me. I still think about it. Not that I think it would really help me career-wise at this point. But I just think about it because I miss learning. I miss being a student and learning stuff. And, like, in college, I went to school in, like, a major city in Onigashima, so I was, like, a lot more free than I am now. This current area of Onigashima, I feel very, very trapped a lot of the time. So I think I'm just yearning for the same freedom I had when I went to school for my undergrad. I just miss being able to frolic about, have a little bit more freedom. I'm knocking out, so I should go to bed. Good night. Good night! Rest well. Honestly, I should probably wrap up here soonish, too. I'll be posting my schedule proper in a little bit, but I will be streaming tomorrow. It will be more Fishbowl. And then I am off Wednesday. And then there is another schedule. There's more things on the schedule, I should say. But it'll be posted in a bit. But you just started? I started 3 hours and 39 minutes ago. I would not say that that is just started. I am chilling, though. But my voice is starting to feel a little bit tired out, so that's why... That's why I'm thinking about stopping. Make it an even 10. Ay, ay, ay! No! I don't have the energy for that right now. What's another 12 hours? The VOD wouldn't keep. We've barely warmed up. What do you mean? Who's we? Y'all, you can't keep holding me hostage like this. Gotta take into account Onigashima time zone. Yeah, lest we forget. It's approaching midnight over here. I am a girl with desires to rest. Our creed is biblical, parentheses, not that you'd understand. That is a crazy statement. You're right, I wouldn't understand. I can't read the Bible. I can't see what's in there. Neighbor Dachi's bang on her walls. They're probably going to unironically start banging on my walls if I stream for too long and I get too loud. I have to be careful. There's a chance that there is a child adjacent to my wall. I don't want to keep the child awake. I'll at least stay until midnight, and then I will end. Okay? Is that enough of a compromise for you? That'll make it kind of even. We're gonna end on an uneven time, though, if I do that, because I started a few minutes after 8. "13 minutes until we die? Midnight JST? Jesus Christ, no." We were fully market bets on Yuno's stream duration. Oh my god. Why would you bet real money on that? That sounds like such a terrible investment idea. Please don't waste your dollars. We're betting real monies right now? No. Don't. Please do not. No, please. Please, no, no. Please. Let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. It's only a gamble if you aren't a knower. A knower of what? I've already given you the hard limit to the hard out. So I'm only here for a few more minutes. Him! Do I have anything else I want to talk about, though, during this remaining time? I don't know. Scratches my head. That's my secret, Cap. I was actually just running out of topics. So I was like, I want to end. Let's see. Guess we'll just stare at each other. Okay. I have hired this Oni to stare at you. You blinked first. It's not a staring contest. I'm just staring. Backrooms. I have not watched the movie. I've heard it's good, but I have not watched it. Thanks for the wind down stream. Been a long day. I am glad I can help, if only a little bit. Imagine last 10 minutes of staring only top tier streams. The stream ever. I'm glad she got employed. Bro, if only. If I could actually be employed to just stare at somebody, I would. Can you pretty please go to 2 a.m.? I still have a few hours till my shift ends. 2 a.m.? What am I supposed to do for another 2 hours? I've been gone for a while this stream, sadly. Have you leaked the thing you're working on?
No, I have not.
You're not allowed to know. Is secret. Well, not really like secret. I want it to be secret. We opened Jackbox for 2 hours. Gaming during an OniMon? Unheard of. Unprecedented. Market's so bad you have to employ yourself. It really do be like that sometimes. Self-employment for real. OniMon must evolve in these trying times. She refuses to adulterate the pure yap stream. Yeah, exactly. This is the one stream a week where we get to fully yap. The rest of the week is usually spent gaming, because of all the times I get codes for games. So yes. Why would I start gaming during the one stream where we are not gaming? Riddle me this. Riddle me this, Batman. I don't know if I could make it another 2 hours, bro. My throat is burning. She thinks she the Riddler. Can we talk about gaming? Sure. If there's anything specific you want to talk about regarding gaming. Because I've already mentioned that I'm kind of like meh when it comes to finding demos for Steam Next Fest, so I don't really have much else. Miss Sony Fry. I stream literally so much. Please. This VTuber decided watching paint dry was more fulfilling than talking with the crown world that is her chat. Flood the socials, Gudaki, no such thing as bad press. There is actually a game where you watch paint dry. Would you guys want to do that? We could spend an entire game stream watching paint dry and yapping over it. It has a sequel also. You might be too good at that. I just thought it would be a really funny stream idea. Literally watching paint dry. And I think it actually, like, resets your timer if you, like, try to click away, or if you click something to interact, like, in the actual game itself, it, like, resets your timer, because it's like, oh, you got distracted. You gotta stay locked in. And I think that'd be pretty funny. Watching paint undry is the new meta? That's crazy. Making it turn wet. Imagine it resetting near the last 1 minute. Nah, it'd be fine. I'd be too locked in. I would just have you guys up on my other monitor. So then all I would have to do is, like, look over at you. I wouldn't have to worry about clicking out. It'd be fine. I'm not worried. Paint dry stream win. I have to figure out how much that game actually is. Hold on. I I've never thought to purchase it, but there's a streamer that I watch who has quote-unquote played that game, I think twice, because his community has demanded it. So, I have to see... Oh, it's only 99 cents. You can pick the paint color too. So we could make it Yuno Hanaki purple. And then we could just watch the paint dry. I think that's awesome. Hours of fun for $1? Yeah! We made this game so you can experience the thrill of watching your favorite color of paint dry, and what better than take the time to enjoy it like you would in real life for 6 hours. But wait! This is way less expensive, and you can do it as much as you want. Bet your old wall can't do that, am I right, XD? Is what the description says. I think that's awesome. Twitch raid distraction from a triple bruh. You know, panic, thinks the alert is broke, clicks it, resets the paint 11 seconds from dry. Definitely a Bitcoin miner, but it's content? No! It's not, it's not. It has nothing but positive reviews. It's all good. Talking crap about my old wall. A wall, give him lead. That's crazy. But yeah, it looks like it's specifically a 6-hour wait of just sitting and watching the paint dry. You pick a color, and you just sit, you wait, and you watch paint dry. And that's awesome. Paint drying next week, probably. I'm kidding. Not that soon. I will keep this on the back burner, though, for when we want just 6 hours of something. 6-hour OniMon. Not an OniMon! This is technically a game! But a very funny one. But no, it wouldn't be an OniMon. You'll be too busy watching paint dry. I'll be too busy gaming. Like the professional gamer I am. This is the kind of content you guys have been waiting for, right? This sounds like a game programmed by a guy with a speedrunner friend that he was annoyed with. I don't know. I don't know what the reason was that they made it, but I think it's funny that they did. You can't read chat while playing that, right? Because then you're not staring at the paint. No. It's literally made so you can hang out with your chat while you watch the paint dry. I won't be looking at you the entire time. But I'll be able to, like, glance over and see if you said anything new. But for the most part, it will just be you and me. Watching paint dry. Chillin'. There will be nothing else. True zen for 6 hours. Paint is more interesting than us, fellas. Say something new, we are cooked. It's fine, it's fine. I think it'll be fun. It's a stream idea to put on the back burner. Also, in terms of, other things that are on the back burner, I'm hoping to get things together soon to set up the try not to laugh / media share stream. Because that's one of the other streams that I still owe from the Yuno-thon. There's still some other, like, little things that I owe as well, but I know that we've been wanting to do Try Not to Laugh for a while, so I am planning to open up the forum for that and get submissions gathered probably sometime soon. And then the stream itself will maybe be in July? Sometime? Somewhere in there. Me automatically suppressing myself when the last 3 messages in chat are all mine. No, you don't have to suppress yourself. Sometimes my chat's just really slow because everybody is chilling. We have a lot of lurkers. Shout out to the lurkers. You guys are amazing. So sometimes the chat just ends up really slow. Do not feel like you need to suppress. It is okay. If I think that you are spamming, I know how to time you out or ban you. I know how to click the buttons, so I can handle it. Remove the weighted commenting clothes. Yes, remove your ankle weights. Please do not feel like you need to hold back when you are chatting with me. Spam musubi? God, that sounds yummy. Mad Yuno is scary, never anger thy Oni. I mean, I'm not mad right now, though. Can I have a 5-minute ban? No. Because you asked nicely, I'm actually going to ban everyone else in chat but you, and you're gonna have to talk by yourself for 5 minutes. I'm kidding, that'd be too much work. But could you imagine? Literally 1984. Man. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Mods, give them the spotlight. Mods, make this man present his Type 5 to the crowd. Really funny. Mods, screen share this man's presentation slides. I can't tell if we're sadists for bullying Yuno or masochists for begging to get banned. I think you are both. Although, I don't really think you guys are that sadistic. I think you're more masochistic. Today we'll be talking about the Bible. Let's lock the doors.
No! Not the Bible! I can't listen! La 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 la!
I can't read it either. La 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 la. I don't know what's going on. Wow, crazy. Wow, oh my god. Wow. Wow, crazy. Wow, crazy. Excuse you, you're calling me M? Yes. Me? Yes. The day is also ending in Y. Forks can be found in kitchens. The sky is blue, as is the ocean. And what about it? What's your point? Are you timing out yourself? I don't know why you're doing that. Stream's literally about to end soon. But okay. Goodbye. See you tomorrow, I guess. Away he goes. Goodbye. You will read the Bible or we break out the straight bull? What the hell is a straight bull? What? She can't read it. A perfect segue into the Tower of Babel. Please turn to... What is Babel? Isn't that shit babies do when they can't talk? What the hell? It should have been me. Well, then maybe you should have come over to Twitch and redeemed the timeout redeem. You can choose to time yourself out for 2,000 points. They named the tower after it because it was so cute. It cut to a picture of like an artistic rendition of the Tower of Babel with like baby babbling in the background. Incredible. A work of art, I would say. Alright, anyways. We are about at the 4-hour mark. I think that that's plenty of time to call this a stream. Schedule will be posted after this. I will see you at least tomorrow for Fishbowl. Probably. Unless something changes. And then, yeah. That's about it.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
69 gods, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. You're just in time for me ending, but yeah. Thank you for the follow. But yes, Fishbowl tomorrow. Stream on Thursday is thrifty business. I don't know how to talk. Thrifty business. From the same people that made sticky business. But this time you're running a thrift shop instead of a sticker shop. And then no stream Friday. Saturday is the concert that I'm taking part in, which I will also share more of properly after stream. And then Sunday. What did I pick for Sunday? Oh, One Move Away, which is a game that I played the demo for last year. After Wholesome Direct, but I got the code for the full game to try it out, so I'll be sorting stuff into the back of a car. Packing puzzle game. Yippee. That'll be the cozy Sunday game for our not Oni-san. Okay, that's the schedule. It'll get posted in a little bit. For now, though, thank you guys so much for choosing to spend time with me. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone. And until I see you again, Yunotsu! Oh my god, you can hear my voice starting to die. Please don't let me wake up with a sore throat. Please don't let me wake up with a sore throat. I'm gonna end it all. Yunotsu!